Well, let's go ahead and get started. It's 5 o'clock and we do have a full evening this evening. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Commission members of the Economic Development Finance Committee to meet this evening's request of a special session. This evening's a little more unique that we're in a more formal environment versus the fifth floor. But I do know that we have full commission following this special session. With that, before I call the meeting to order, I do want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public is observing who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is the current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by mail prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting a clerk's office by 5 p.m. the Thursday before the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the commission chambers of the municipal office building. At this time, I will now call the special meeting of the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee to order. And I'll ask the clerk to please call roll.
Good evening. You are hereby notified that I have called a special meeting of the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, to be conducted in a hybrid format on Thursday, September 14th, 2023 at 5 p.m. regarding the Kansas Speedway. Roll call. Haley.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
McKiernan.
Here.
Burrows.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
There are no revisions.
Thank you. Committee, on our agenda this evening have one item, and it's a resolution authorizing amendments to the Kansas Speedway Development Agreement. We have people that will be speaking this evening. The item is a resolution authorizing amendments to the Kansas Speedway Development Agreement and related documents. Staff are requesting this item to be fast-tracked to tonight's full commission meeting for consideration. At this point in the meeting, I will now recognize Jeff Conway from our legal department for remarks. Mr. Conway.
Chair and members of the committee, I basically was the scrivener in this whole operation, and so I'm as far as the ins and outs and the necessity for it. Mr. Pat Warren's here with the Speedway, and I think he could address pretty much all of those questions. So I'll just turn it over to him.
Mr. Warren, welcome. Thank you. Please make sure the microphone is on for recording purposes.
I believe it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Pat Warren, president of Kansas Speedway. I'm before you here tonight to request an amendment to our development agreement from, I believe it's 1998. And that agreement has a 250-mile radius restriction around the nearest border of the jurisdiction of the unified government that does not allow our company to own or operate a racetrack within that radius. In 2019, we merged with NASCAR as part of a consolidation in our sport. NASCAR had purchased Iowa Speedway in 2013. And so I'm before you tonight to try to ask, I guess is the best way to say it, ask to amend the development agreement so that we can also exempt Iowa Speedway. Worldwide Raceway technology in St. Louis was exempted in the original agreement. We're adding Iowa Speedway to an exemption from the 250-mile radius. And we're making the same commitment we've made for the entire time we've been a part of the community to bring races, to continue to bring races and to support the community.
Commission, any questions? Mr. Warren, I have a few.
Okay.
And that shouldn't surprise the committee. The extensive knowledge that in reference to the original agreement about the Speedway here to Kansas, I believe that when the casino passed, there was an agreement that there would be a second race brought to Kansas when it was part of the negotiations at the casino. and that approval. And in looking at articles today in reference to Iowa, can you tell me why this needs to be fast tracked tonight as to why this came forward in such a hurried time frame and needs to be fast tracked? Are we under a time crunch?
Somewhat. I don't build the NASCAR schedule. I'm sort of the tail of the dog on this. But it's my understanding that we're trying to release the 2024 schedule in the very near future. And action tonight will impact what we do or may impact what we do on that schedule.
Well, thank you. And the reason why I bring that up, because the Iowa legislature is taking action right now in reference to the Speedway and their operation. And I know that Kansas, Phoenix, and Richmond all have 2 dates in our candidates to lose the date in the future. And that was from their local press and discussion among their legislative body. And I know how hard this community pushed to find a location for our casino in partnership with our raceway. And we're very proud of having the 2 races here. And I guess it's a concern of some that I've talked with, that we may be the candidate that loses a second race. But I do know the contract says you will continue to, let me see if I can follow the exact verbiage. We'll continue to basically advocate for 2 races for good and valuable consideration. Continue to advocate for 2 races. I mean, that's no different than what you're doing already. I mean, we're not set in stone, are we, that we get 2 races?
I would say that nothing in our schedule is set in stone, and that's been especially the case since the pandemic. A lot of things have changed for us. I think the difference here is that the France family made a commitment in 1998. They planted the flag out in Western Wyandotte County. And since then, we've lived up to each and every obligation, each and every promise that we've made. And so I'm not aware of any discussions to move a date, to take a date to Iowa or anything else. I'm not saying that members of the media don't speculate on that. They have in the past. In 2008, Lisa Kennedy, who's now our executive vice chair of NASCAR, made a commitment to the lottery to ask NASCAR to realign a date as part of the casino licensure and negotiation process. And that's the second date that you referred to. And we've done that. We actually started that a year before the casino opened, and we've continued it every year since.
Yeah. Well, if I remember correctly, that was part of the negotiations with the casino, was to ensure that we could get a second race, and they have delivered. And I'm not saying they haven't been a good partner, but I do know there was considerable concessions put on the table initially with the Speedway, and we've been good partners as we've moved throughout this 27 years that you've been here. I don't think there's anybody else on the commission outside of maybe Senator Haley and myself that were there from the very, very beginning when this was occurring. And it's just as chair and as a member of the community, the concern about possibly losing that second race is one that is an economic impact to our community should we lose it. And I can't blame the Iowa legislature for looking into it, and the Iowa governor being part of that discussion. In doing my research and the realignment, I was just quite concerned that we could be the candidate, and the fact that it was mentioned that we could be the candidate to lose a second race, that I wanted to bring that forward tonight, make it a point of record.
I think it's a fair question to ask. I'm not aware of any discussions about moving a date from here to Iowa. I don't think that's contemplated by our leadership, or if it is, I haven't been told. I think if Iowa gets races, and right now they have no NASCAR National Series sanctioned events, they haven't since 2019. I don't think I seriously doubt any of those races are going to come from Kansas. There's no intention to move a date from here to there.
Their track is smaller than ours, about half a mile smaller.
It is. I think it's a 7/8 mile track.
Yeah, I believe
It's
that.
very similar to Richmond.
Yeah. Well, and thank you for that. Any questions, any other questions, committee? David Haley, BPU.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Warren. And I appreciate the remembrance that when this was implemented, so I'm trying to refresh my recollection. The shelf life for the Speedway, when it was implemented, it runs until
It expires, I believe, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, when we pay off the TIF bonds, which I think is the end of 27 or 28.
So we still have a few years in that.
Mhm.
And I appreciate the ancillary, of course, benefits that each race, especially a second race, brings to not only our community, but the surrounding community. My concern was this hastily called meeting, and I really don't have much say so, Mr. Warren, on this at all. I'm just here to see that this goes to the full commission for the consideration. But that's really kind of my question, is the benefits, ancillary benefits, and that, of course, the Speedway is a jewel from within our community. And so I just appreciate the line of concerns or questions that were pretty well vetted by Chair Burrows and the responses that you've given, and just wanted to refresh my recollection as to how long we'll continue to be partners with this with the tremendous work out of Kansas Speedway.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the things that I'd say is that the language that we've included in the amendment is the language that we've had since the development agreement started, since the inception of our relationship. And it's the language we've lived up to. So every year we've been operating under basically a good faith arrangement that we would seek and obtain a race or races for Kansas Speedway. So that, we're not changing anything in that regard. And in fact, we're adding the second race as an additional commitment as part of this request on the Iowa Speedway exemption from the non-compete.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Warren. As I read this, I was wondering what the additional benefit to us would be with this. And to be fair, that might be a question best put to council, but I was not here when this was put into place, obviously, but it's a tremendous boon, obviously, to KPK, Wyandotte County. So right now, is there no schedule that shows from year to year for us what two races are going to be run here?
Yes, thank you for the question. The schedule is set on an annual basis. So the 2024 schedule has not yet been released. And I think the only date that may have been announced is the Daytona 500, which is traditionally announced after the Daytona 500 of the preceding year. It's always our first race of the season, first points paying race this season. Regarding your question as to the benefit to Wyandotte County, I would tell you that one of the advantages of our company, our former company, International Speedway Corporation, merging with NASCAR, is that we are now fully vested in the health of the sport overall, not just the track ownership group. And so the schedule flexibility that we are asking for, if we would put races at Iowa, and I say that as a big if, because I don't know that that's going to happen, helps our sport both from a growth perspective, from an exposure perspective, and I would assume from a revenue perspective, although I don't know that specifically. And all of those things help us be a healthier sport and make it more likely that we can make future and more investments in Wyandotte County.
At this point, do you know of any other situations that may cause the company to come back to us and ask for another exemption? Maybe somebody goes 229 miles south of us. Do you know anything about the likelihood of that at this time?
There's nothing I'm aware of that our company is interested in pursuing or looking at, and I'm not sure there's anything even capable of running a NASCAR series event. The track in Odessa, Missouri is being renovated. It's not owned by us. They may have their sights on a NASCAR race, but it wouldn't apply to this because we don't own it. And so there's nothing that I'm aware of. We don't have any plans to develop or build a racetrack. This track, Iowa Speedway, was built and opened in 2008 under private ownership. It was acquired in 2013 by NASCAR as a way to keep racing going at Iowa.
And you entered into a relationship with NASCAR and when? You said 2019?
Yeah, our company merged. The company that I originally worked for and that the original development agreement was with, International Speedway Corporation, which was a track ownership entity, so it just owned racetracks, merged with NASCAR in 2019. Now, let me qualify that in the interest of full disclosure. We were a track ownership company that was publicly traded on NASDAQ, but about 40% of our equity and 2/3 of our voting stock was owned and controlled by the France family, who privately owns NASCAR. So we were sort of a sister company with a wall between us.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Warren, can you tell us if there's been any NASCAR tracks that have closed around the nation that has been impacted by a downturn in the market or quite possibly affected by COVID besides the Iowa track?
Well, I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead, please.
Iowa hasn't closed. Iowa's still running IndyCar.
It is. But
In the ARCA series. Our track that I manage actually, as part of a regional role that I have in Chicago, in Joliet, specifically Chicagoland Speedway, has not run a NASCAR sanctioned event since 2019. That started with the pandemic and the restrictions that were in place in Illinois that prevented us from running races there. And we're now running a street course in downtown Chicago
Right.
that we did for the first time this year. Our track in Los Angeles has closed probably temporarily. We're looking at some redevelopment options. But our track in Los Angeles right now is closed, Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Similar to the street course, we've built a track in the LA Coliseum the last 2 years for a pre-season race that we call the Clash, and we've run that each of the last 2 years. Kentucky Motor Speedway, which we don't own, it's owned by a competitor or a co-operator, maybe is a better term to call them because we work with them, even though we don't own them. Speedway Motorsports has closed and is not running races. And so, yes, there have been tracks that have closed. All of the ones that I've mentioned have closed or are in different states of operation since 2019.
And thank you for that. I do appreciate your candidness on that. I think what some of us are concerned about is a commitment, some kind of assertion that we're not going to lose a second race when we open this contract up and grant the compete clause, the non-compete clause. And I want to be fair to the industry. I really do, but our priority is with the community. And we do know that the 30-year plan will be up in 28 or 29 in reference to the 30-year abatement. And our concern would then be what happens next. As we stated, we feel that we've had a good partnership and we want to see that continue. So it's not that we're being selfish. I think we're just doing our prudent
Sure.
duty as leaders to get these questions and make it a point of record so that we have something to refer to should we move forward.
I think that's completely legitimate and I understand. And I think it goes to Commissioner Townsend's question of what's the incentive for the unified government to do this? And I would say the healthier our sport is, the more likely we're going to be able to make future investments here, whether that's enhancements or changes to Kansas Speedway, other development, other things that we're able to do in the community. And so it's sort of a rising tide lifts all boats argument, but it's one that, we think is important.
Sure, understood. And you have invested some money, even as of late. I believe in the last couple of years, you added some additional amenities onto the speedway, but you took down some grandstands to do
Right.
that, if I remember correctly. So, it fills up the grandstands better. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, thank you. So the assurance that you guys will remain here after the abatement period, the 30-year abatement period, obviously is a concern, right? And losing the second race. The second race is a playoff race. It's not just a regular race. And if we were to lose that second race, that's a race that's very important to the NASCAR, getting into the playoffs, or they're already in the playoffs. It's the second one. And I definitely would not want to see that race go away.
I would respectfully disagree slightly, that the second race from a calendar perspective is the fall race, but the date that was added has always been in the spring. Our traditional date is in the fall, that playoff race. We've had that since 2001.
Okay, I guess I would say the second as the calendar.
Right.
Date,
But
right.
but
It's
I,
the second in the
right.
in the season.
Right.
for us, is what I was getting at.
I don't think we're going to lose a date. However, if at any point it happened at some point down the road, unforeseeable point down the road, it would not be the fall date. Because it's traditionally the date that we've had. And so as we've moved dates around the country, it is tended to be that you keep the date that you have the most, what we call date equity with, but I don't think it's likelihood in any event. But the one that was added was in the spring. And I agree with you that we should have a playoff race.
Great. Overall, NASCAR wide has the attendance in the last, well, we can just say 10 years. Has it been on the rise or decrease?
It was falling prior to the pandemic and it's been increasing since the pandemic. And so we're growing right now.
Have we recovered pre-pandemic to those numbers?
We're ahead of where we were before the pandemic. Yes. In terms of attendance.
And that's, would that be Kansas? Or
That's based
national?
on the information that I see, which is primarily for Kansas, but also for other NASCAR owned tracks.
Mhm.
Since we're privately held, we don't release the attendance figures, but we are growing. And I can't speak to our competitor, Speedway Motorsports, which owns tracks in other markets.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Warren. I appreciate it. One, if I may, the expediency of doing this evening, I think I asked that earlier and maybe I just don't recall if we answered your question, but the expediency to get that done this evening.
It's the release of the 2024 NASCAR schedule.
When do they
And
plan on releasing that?
we haven't announced a date, but it is very soon. Okay. Potentially prior to the next meeting of this body.
So if we chose not to take action this evening and blue sheet this to the full commission and it was not to go forward, what impact would that have on the decision this evening? On your position this evening on the agreement?
I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure if we would come back in a few weeks or after that or not. I'm not sure what we would do.
Would there be a chance that we could lose a race if we took no action?
I don't think there's any greater chance than there is today. I can tell you that it would be very disappointing if after all the things that we've done over the years, that we reached a point where there was some lack of trust about what we were going to do, which I think is how it might be interpreted in some circles.
Understood. And that's, I guess that's kind of reflective of the expediency of having this tonight when we've had all year to look at it.
Yes.
So I guess it depends on which optics you're looking through.
No, that's completely fair. This process for me started about 2 weeks ago.
Well, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Oh, Commissioner Stites. I'm sorry. I didn't see it, but Commissioner
Whoever
McKiernan.
wants to go first. Okay.
Thank you. And so as I read the request for action here, the request is for this standing committee to approve, and then it would be added as a blue sheet item to our 7 o'clock meeting. Is that correct? It is. Okay. So we've got it prepared as a blue sheet. So the request is for this committee to approve and then fast track to tonight's full commission meeting. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
So just to go back and follow up on what Commissioner Burrow said. So if no action was taken, and I understand what you say, that it'd be disappointing and all, but then you said that you don't know if you would come back.
I just don't, we haven't had conversations about what we'll do if our request is not approved tonight. So I can't speak to that. I just don't know.
Okay.
It's not, I'm not trying to say anything ominous. I just honestly don't know. And it won't be a decision that I make.
Okay.
I have no more questions. Sorry, David Haley, BPU.
And let me just add, I'm listening to some of the dialogue here. So I mean, I've done the full disclosure. I don't know how often such exigency is addressed to this, coming up so quickly. And I'm have to trust that the commission, of which I'm not a part, would make some of the more carefully vetted questions as to why. I personally would not support moving it so quickly without having an opportunity to immerse ourselves in a better understanding. that, that though is not, my role here, minimal though it is, but I am glad to hear some initial questions from those who will take this forward. I just don't understand it, sir. Why, if you knew a couple of weeks ago, and why now it has to go tonight, or it may or may not be something of benefit. That is something I just have not been able to grasp fully. That having been said, I'm going to go with the majority of the flow. Though regrettably, I think I vote first. So I don't know if it's going to be the majority of the flow. So and see what happens. It's not a motion on my part, but to see, Mr. Chair, how that goes. But I just don't understand why there was no clarity or some fuller explanation before rushing it through. Like,
The best explanation I can provide, other than what I've already said, is that our schedule involves national and in some cases international discussions about where dates are going to go. And depending on what happens in those discussions, other options may be necessary. And I know that what we're trying to do is create another option if we would want to potentially run at Iowa. And so and because of the speed at which we're approaching the release of the schedule, that's the only reason for the expediency in this. There's no other explanation other than that.
Commissioner Townsend. Sorry. Did you have a follow-up? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Warren, I'm actually going to let you off the hook. I'm just wondering if council, my question is, worst case scenario. And the language to me seems to be one of these best efforts clause. It says, there ever been a situation where there has not been a second race? And if so, what would be the unified government's position? We're just good with best efforts, and we know we may get one, but we'll strive for two under our current and the original contract with the Speedway.
Commissioner, I wish I could recite the history of since the track's been open in 1998. I can't. I don't have the background, but it started with one date, and then 2011, and the second date was added, and during that whole time was this language that where it's the exercise good faith and commercially reasonable efforts to secure these dates. And so that language has been constant all the way throughout, through one race, through when the second race was added. And so we were talking before the meeting, and I think this is about as strong as NASCAR can be as far as trying to commit to the best efforts to secure the two events. So in that sense, it's consistent. And so we're just trying to capture that.
I guess I'm just wondering how it is that you said originally the contract was for one race, and then in the mid 2000s, 2011, the second was added, best efforts, right? And so, well, maybe Mr. Warren, you can help me out on this. Has there ever not been a second race since 2011 here?
No.
Okay.
And what I would say is that the original agreement speaks to our commitment to seek races from NASCAR, which we are now one entity with.
Mhm.
And so we're saying that we will exercise commercially reasonable efforts, the same thing that we've committed to since before we turned a shovel of dirt in Western Wyandotte County to get those races. And I guess I would just respectfully ask the commission or the committee in this case to look at our track record. No pun intended, but we've done everything we've said we would do.
Use it where it's applicable. So that's
And
all right.
so, we really have everything we've promised, we've delivered.
Well, one question, my last question about this, what makes it difficult? I guess there's some level of difficulty with NASCAR not being able to say, yeah, we will definitely have a second race.
It's a number of things, but part of it is that we don't own every facility where we race. And we are not in a position to make commitments everywhere we go. And we don't make more than an annual commitment anywhere. Is the best answer I can give you. I'm not the person who sets the schedule, so I apologize. But it's my understanding that we've never committed more than on an annual basis anywhere we are.
Well, thank you for that answer. That's the thing that's mind-boggling to me, though. If sounds like race locations are being expanded, but the guarantee is to use just best efforts to get to. So, all right, thank you.
Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you. Mr. Warren, thank you for being an asset in Wyandotte County. We have appreciated your presence here for all these many years. I'm going to count on the fact that it is in your and our best interest to maximize the number of events at this venue going forward. And with that, I'm going to move to approve as submitted with fast track to tonight's meeting.
David, second.
Okay, gentlemen, I appreciate the motion, but we've got to go to public comment before I recognize the motion. So any other questions or comments? Legal, does this open us up to, does this weaken our position on the second race? Does this enhance the opportunity that we could eventually lose a second race by changing this language?
No, you would be in the same position as before.
Thank you. That was my interpretation. I just wanted to ensure that that was made a point of record. Thank you, Mr. Warren. Thank you. Appreciate the time and your straightforwardness in answering the questions that the committee provided. Thank you. At this time, I'll ask the clerk if there were any comments received from the public.
No comments were received.
I will recognize any members of the public who wish to address the committee. Are there anyone present that would wish to address the committee? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Is there anyone online?
We have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, gentlemen, I would now recognize the motion, and I believe Mr. Commissioner McKiernan made the motion, seconded by Davis. Any other comments, questions, concerns before we move forward? The motion is to accept the amendment as written and with the inclusion of fast tracking it to tonight's meeting. Okay, clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley. Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
The vote is 6-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, committee. Thank you, everyone who attended. I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley. Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Stites. McKiernan.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Committee, thank you for being here tonight. Look up the Iowa speed limit.
I know. I know. They're at the end of their 30 years.
Yep, yep.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. Tonight is September 14th, 2023. This is a special session of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County Commission. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that we have individuals participating remotely as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones when not speaking to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is participating knows exactly who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the county's Attorney General Office. Please be sure that when you are speaking, speak directly into the microphone to ensure that your comments are heard and that an accurate record is being made for our clerk. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening. You are hereby notified that I have called a special session of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, to be conducted in a hybrid format on Thursday, September 14th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. in the Commission Chambers of the Municipal Office Building for presentations from public safety officials regarding retention and recruitment. Roll call: Stites, Davis,
Here.
Bynum, here, Burrows, Townsend,
Here.
McKiernan,
Here.
Ramirez,
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
Kane, Markley, Garner.
Here. Thank you. This evening will be a hearing presentation from our public safety departments regarding recruitment and retention efforts and the challenges they face here in Wyandotte County. I'll recognize our county administrator, Mr. David Johnson, allow him to open up some remarks and forward the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During our budget processes, the issue of how difficult it is to recruit for vacant positions in various departments have come up regularly. And it was at the last commission meeting where the commission requested a presentation by the four largest departments on the challenges that they are experiencing to fill key vacancies to serve our citizens. And so we asked each department head and Sheriff's Optic to make that to put together a presentation and make a presentation before the commission to help enlighten them on the challenges that our departments are facing. So we have, in order of the seating, from Sheriff's Optic to our left down to Mr. Fisher. At the far left is the order of the presentations, and I think we would probably so you can get the whole landscape, let each department make their presentations, commission, and then ask your questions, and they'll be here to answer them directly. So Sheriff?
All righty, good evening. So that meeting that Mr. Johnston is referring to, the sheriff's office was a big part of that discussion, I guess I'll say. And so while my presentation does talk about retention and our efforts to recruit, it's also going to hit on a couple other issues. I listened to that meeting, went back and listened to it 3 different times, and wrote down the questions that the commissioners that had questions asked. So my goal is, and I'm going to try and stay within a time frame so I can pass it on to the chief. But my intention is to answer, or at least provide information that speaks to the question that you had. With that said, I'm not going to exactly quote your questions, but I will try to get at least the content of the question that you asked. So first up, Mr. Davis, Commissioner Davis, one of the questions you asked was the statutory requirements for funding the sheriff's office and what you guys are obligated to do. So these 3 statutes really are my playbook, my Bible, my whatever you want to call it. This is what lays out the foundation for me and what I do every single day, and what I'm responsible to do when I took the oath and I took this job. The first 2 are pretty clear, running the detention center. The second one's pretty clear, serving the courts. And the third is pretty open. And there's a lot of things that fall under that. But these are the 3 statutes that govern what I do every single day. To your question of funding, 19805 speaks to that. What it boils down to, and I'm not going to give you my legal response, but what it boils down to is I have a duty by law to fulfill those statutes. I bring a budget to you guys that in turn funds those 3 statutes. I ask for you guys to approve it. And then once it's approved, it's given to me to disperse again to fulfill those 3 statutes. We can talk about properly funding and improperly funding and all those things. You mentioned in your question, what do we need to do to keep us out of court? And that's never been my intention. That's never been the direction that I've ever even talked about going. My goal has always been to work with this commission, and it will be to my very last day here. And so I think we can always get past that. And it doesn't need to go that direction, but at the end of the day, sure, that is a remedy for me. But just so you know, those 3 statutes is what guides me every single day. Commissioner Ramirez, you asked about, has the pay helped with bringing in more candidates? So the chart you have in front of you, 21 in blue was our number of applicants, and you see that in 22 and 23. Also, up there in orange is the number of, and this is just deputies, numbers of deputies we hired in 21, 22, and 23. And then ultimately the number of resignations there also. There's no doubt that that has played a huge part. And you look at that graph, it goes up in the direction or the numbers we would hope that it would go up. And the resignations, it goes the opposite way of what we would like. And then retirements, I mean, that's not anything we can control, although I will say my goal since being here is to produce an environment where people not only want to come to work, but they want to stay and ultimately retire. And so, you know, having retirements at the end of the day, sure, it hurts numbers, but it also means that we've provided a workplace that people want to come and stay. So to your question, absolutely. It's played a huge part, no doubt. And it's just the beginning. What I will say, and I said this when I came to you guys and asked for the pay parity, is it's not a magic bullet. It's not a fix-all. It's nothing that's going to solve our country's law enforcement recruitment problems by any means. But putting us on a more even playing field, at least internally, was the goal. And it's definitely done that. Number 3, Commissioner Johnson, you had asked why the fire department was so successful in hiring. And then Commissioner Stites had made some comments to this. So this literally took me about 2 minutes to put these together. All I did was Google it. And, you know, it's pretty clear. Law enforcement is not an attractive job. Law enforcement has been demonized. And I've said that over and over again. I can't tell you how many speeches I've given at either our law enforcement memorial, at some graduations, and I say it over and over again, and it has. You know, there's people and there's groups that try to use local governments really to weaponize and to further agendas against law enforcement. That's not productive either. That doesn't help us at all either. But it's just not, it's not what it used to be in the sense of jobs that people are just lining up to take. Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned, you'd actually talked about your time at the police department and when you were hired. Correct me if I'm wrong, 1987, is that right?
Sir.
Okay, all right. You talked about the hundreds and hundreds of applicants that came in, and really the lack or the ineffectiveness of hiring, you felt, of hiring minorities in our community. So in 2016, this study was presented to the commission. Back then, Sheriff Ash was here, and these were things, and I just took out stuff that applied to the sheriff's office. It talks about dedicated recruiters, something that we should do, increase our partnerships with the school district, increase our presence in the schools, redesign our cadet program, and accelerate our timeline. What I can tell you is sitting here in 2023, these are all things we've done. Some of them later than others, but they've all happened at this point. And so everything that came up in this public safety study back then has been done. In that same conversation, we talked about our hiring and are we really reaching out? What are we doing? Are we going to every part of this community to try and hire? So in 2022, we attended 49 hiring events. When I put this together, we had attended 42 year to date with another 22 anticipated. Clearly, our hiring events are on the rise. And this is just a small sampling of the places we've been. And I would just ask you to take a look at that and tell me that we're not reaching out to every part of this community, because we are. The things I can't control is who applies. I cannot control their backgrounds, the things they've done that maybe make them ineligible. Those things I can't control, but I can tell you this, and this is a commitment that I've made since day one. There is no part of this county, and quite honestly, even outside the county, if I have to, that I won't go to work on recruiting. The work that HR does with us, our recruiter, our HR liaison, there's no way we could do it without them. The work that they do every single day to go along with my people, you know, when I'm as short as I am, those bodies have to come from somewhere to recruit. And what ends up happening is HR picks up that slack, if not lead the charge, to help to get out to some of these places, particularly as we talk about our cadet program, which I will brief you on later. On that same token, the demographics of those that we've hired, so out of those same 3 years, I would just, if nothing else, just look at the wheel and the representation by nothing but the colors that the PowerPoint picked. I don't know that I need to say a whole lot else to this slide other than as I get qualified applicants, I don't care who they are. I don't care where they live. I don't care what their color is. I don't care. None of that matters. I look for content, I look for character, and I look for people that are qualified. And I would hope that you could take just a quick, brief look at this, and that would put any of that fear or that concern to rest. And then finally, Commissioner Stites, during that meeting, you mentioned residency, and you mentioned my concerns with residency. Here's what I'll tell you. Residency is a problem. It's not the problem. I've showed you in other slides that this isn't a career that people are lining up for. With that said, I can't ignore the people that do tell me I won't work there or I can't work there because I can't or don't want to move there. This is just some snippets, and I'll tell you, this is all stuff you guys can go find. It's not super secret. It's on our Facebook page. All I did was go through and pull out some comments. Went back, I don't know, 6, 8 months, a year, and just pulled random comments. This isn't stuff we put. I don't know any of these people. This is things that have come to us. And I think it's really interesting and equally important that we look at the average age of my new hires. So I would ask you, as you kind of bat around the residency discussion, what were you doing at 27, 30, and 32? Probably raising a family, most of you. I think that becomes problematic. I think it becomes, and not problematic in the sense that it's a bad thing, but I think it's something that has to be considered. Part of that question, Commissioner Davis, I believe, asked, what is my legal ability or where do I stand when it comes to residency? What can I do? What can't I do? I will tell the commission I am very confident, in fact, 100% confident that I do have the ability to challenge it. And I think that legally I have that ability. But I will tell you, I think there's a difference between can and should. I'm not here to tell you that that's my intention. I'm not here to hold that over your head. Like I told you earlier in my presentation, my intention has always been to work with this commission. And I think on a daily basis, there's probably things that I can do, but I always look at should I do them for the good of not only the community, but for the good of my agency. I would much rather work with this commission and find a way to work through this issue. And I'll tell you, I've told several of my staff members I was going to come in here tonight and do exactly what I tell them not to do. And I tell them, don't bring me a problem without a solution. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring you the problem. And I'll be very frank, I don't have that solution. I really don't. But what I can tell you is, I do believe that having employees that live here and work here at the end of the day probably does make for a better public employee. I can't argue with that, and I won't argue with that. But we have to find a way to be competitive, to incentivize people to want to be here. And I truly believe if we incentivize and we change that narrative, I don't think you have to force people. I think they want to do it because they want to do it for whatever that reason is. I will tell you, since you had your last meeting, I've had a resignation. He put in his 2 weeks. I asked the undersheriff to do his exit interview. His reason was residency. So again, I won't hide that from you. I won't cook the books. I'm just going to tell you what people tell me. But like I said early on, it's not the only stumbling block for us. It's just not. There are several stumbling blocks. But I think we have to be realistic as a government and as an entity, as an organization, and lay our cards out and look at everybody else's cards and what makes us competitive, what separates us from other places, what do we do to incentivize and be somewhere that people want to come work and live. Unfortunately, when you in law enforcement anyway, when you lay our cards down, you end up with, comparing money and residency. That's about what's left. I think our benefits are amazing. I think the things we offer our employees are amazing. I think we are very competitive in that sense. There's just a few things left that separates us. Take that for what you want, but that's a reality of where I sit. We do have people that come to our hiring events, and this comes up. Do I have to move? Well, yeah, you do. Well, I don't want to, and I can't. I've used this explanation with people before, and I almost brought her, but I didn't make her come. My daughter's 15. If I came to her tomorrow and said, we're moving, and I'm making you leave the school district that you've been in since day one, I would have a very, very upset 15-year-old. And the family dynamic would be turned on its head. So I think we have to keep that in mind. We have to compare that to the average age of our new hires and figure out, keeping that in mind, what do we do? How do we fix that? And I know all I've done is added to your problem, and I get it. And that was not my intention, but at the same time, there really was no way around it. Again, I'm here to work with you guys. That's been my intention since day one. And I'll leave you with this. And I think this is the dynamic that we have to work through. So for a lot of us, Wyandotte County has always been home. And for all of our lives, some of us, at least for most of our lives, we feel connected and we've raised families here, and this is home. What do we do when our applicants have that exact same feeling and that exact same connection to home, and it's not here? That's hard to overcome. And I think that's what we have to figure out. Again, I wish I had the answer. If I did, I'd sell a book to you guys and make a whole lot of money. I don't, but that's truly the answer. That's the problem. And that's what we come across. And that's our hurdles when we try to recruit. And so, like I said, my presentation was a little bit all over the place, but I wanted to address the questions that had come out of the last meeting. And so I will stop there and it can move on. Thank you all.
All right, I'll try to be brief and just hit a few points. As you can see, this is as of September 1st. Our total sworn is 333. As you can see, when you compare 2023 to 2022, we're pretty optimistic right now about our losses compared to 2022. On the separated, at 20 for 2022, most of the people left for various reasons. And there was actually a couple of terminations in there, but they left pending termination. One thing I'm a firm believer of, sometimes there's addition by subtraction. And then you can see our ranking 2023 compared to 2022. If you look at the police officers for 2023, the 211, and we have 12 recruit officers now that are in the academy. So, and then last year, after, and I'll go to the next slide, that you'll see the number of recruits that we hired going back to 2021. So in 2022, we hired 32 recruits, and at the beginning of January of 2023, we were one officer ahead of what we started 2022 after hiring 32. Now, that may seem not the best, but compared to a lot of other police departments in the area, in this day and age, that's considered a positive gain. And if you look, we've hired 73 recruits since 2021. And if you look at the breakdown, and this goes to one of the questions that Sheriff Soptic answered, we had 42 minorities in those classes and 12 females. So the minority representation in those 73 recruits was 57.5%. And the female representation was 16.4%. And as you look at our total breakdown of the police department sworn, we're at, when you look at the minority of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, we're just over 30%. That is the highest minority representation of any police department in the state of Kansas, any police department in the Kansas City metro area, and any police department in the Midwest outside of St. Louis, Missouri, and Chicago, Illinois. The next closest department in the metro is Kansas City, Missouri, which is at about 12%. It's just more. Now, this, when you look at our civilians, currently we have 109. And as you can see, the demographics and the breakdown of our non-sworn is similar to our sworn. So when you look at our attrition rates, as you can see in 2016, we lost one. And what I mean by that, that's how many people resign, how many people retire, how many people are terminated versus how many we hire or rehire. When you look at 2021 and 2023, 2021 and 2022 is where the struggle is with most police departments. And that is a result of most of the civil unrest from 2020. And I would have to definitely agree with the sheriff is that in law enforcement versus other professions, right now it is a very difficult profession because of often the outside groups, and KCK Police Department, unlike others, have really seen the brunt of it in the last 2 to 3 years. Something that I always do with the community is I make sure they understand the facts, what's really going on, because I think, and being a resident that was born and raised in Kansas City, Kansas, I stress to the community, we should not let outside people come into our community and tell us how bad of a community this is when they have no idea. You know, just like those numbers I mentioned about the police department, this is one of the most diverse cities in America. And I think that we have great things ahead of us, and I make sure that I stress that. And as you can see, so over those 8 years, we've lost 11. And when you look at all the hiring, that's a lot when you talk about the amount of people that we hire and the amount of people that have left. So even going back to 2021, when you add up all those people have left and we've hired 74 and we were only up by 1, that tells you how many people have left. And as far as our dispatchers, which we often hear about dispatch, in 2021, we hired 8, we lost 9. So that's a net loss of 1. And there again, 2022, we hired 5, lost 9, net loss of 4. Now, like I said, some of those were terminations, but it still affects our ability to give the most effective service to our community members. And as you can see with dispatch in 3 years, you're talking about a smaller number. We have a loss of 7 versus going back to 2016 with Sworn, we had 11 and we're dealing with a lot more people. So you can see how that's very impactful for dispatch. So some of the recruiting challenges, I think number one, as we talked about, was police perception. And I've been in this profession for 32 years. And one of the most painful statements that I've ever heard came from my own son, who is a police officer in Kansas City, Missouri. And he told me just about 6 months ago, he said, "Dad, myself and my fellow officers, we are more concerned with getting charged in the line of duty than being shot and killed in the line of duty. They're more concerned about going to jail than being killed in the line of duty." That is something that we really need to understand and think about. That's the mindset of the people that we entrust to take care of this community. And when we talk about residency, I agree with the sheriff. We have to look at it, but I also will tell you this. This is my belief as a police chief, and this is my belief as Carl Oakman, resident of Wyandotte County. I believe that police officers should live in the community that they serve. However, we understand the recruitment challenges that we're faced with. But, and that's one of the things that I think when you talk about the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, we have a large percentage of officers who were born and raised in this community that work for this police department. So as the sheriff said, I don't have a magic answer, but I think that balance should always be there. And then some other things that we hear compared to other police departments is healthcare. Unfortunately, there's a lot of other police departments in the metro that when they have health care, you know, they have their portion that they pay, but they're not required to pay the large deductibles and the large co-insurance that we offer to our department members. When you look at places like Overland Park, Lenexa, even Kansas City, Missouri, you know, you're talking about health insurance. And as the sheriff mentioned, a lot of these people that we hire have families. You know, they can't afford to have a child and have to pay 10% of that cost through co-insurance. Just give you an example where I came from. My son tore his ACL, cost $60,000. You know how much I paid? $30. $30. And that's something that's hard to compete with when you're trying to recruit other individuals, and they can just go to another police department because, yeah, you get the salary, but that's a big amount of money. You know, if I had to pay 10%, that's $6,000 I would have had to pay out of my pocket. And then working conditions. And this is something we're working on with staffing. We're one of the few departments that still works the basic 5 days, 2 days off, 8 hours a day. Very antiquated shift. And I mean, that will be an overnight game changer for recruiting. But the catch-22 is we have to get staff up to where we're able to put in the 10-hour plan. So that's something that we're very optimistic about. And then the lateral hiring process. This is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is we can get other officers from other departments, but at the same time, they can get our trained officers to go to their department. And then the last is facilities. And this is something that we really need to look at, and we've been working on it, and really thank you to the support of the commission that is really helping us with that to really compete against some of these other departments, such as our patrol vehicles, our equipment. And I just want to thank the commissioners for that. And last thing is some of our positive improvements. I got here in June of 2021, and I looked at our process. First month I was here, first thing I looked at is our recruiting process. And we were doing some things that was a little antiquated and really made us where we wasn't that competitive. But I can't tell you, HR rolled up their sleeves, worked with us to get some things changed, such as reduced our sign-up time for the written test. Used to be you had to sign up 30 days before you could take the test. We got that changed to where you can sign up within a week. We removed the doctor's exam requirement for the obstacle course. We were requiring applicants to go get an exam from their doctor to see if they were fit to run the obstacle course. Every other police department in America just made you sign a liability waiver. So that's what we put in place. Second thing, my academy staff was like, oh no, we could only do one class at a time. And I said, wrong answer. So we figured out how to do 2 classes at the same time, and it's working just fine. And now we're looking at a reserve officer program, which we'll give you more details about that in the future as we get it rolled out. And then our dispatch cadet diploma plus program with USD 500, Turner and Piper. So we're pretty excited about that. After a year with District 500, I think we got it worked out. So that will be rolling. So here's a few suggestions as you look at residency. There's some things we can look at, like as a residency waiver for your first 3 to 5 years, because where that's important is oftentimes by the time you're at your third year, you're in a different pay bracket where you can pretty much afford to move. So that would be a good starting point. And then the second thing, as some of you may know, when it comes to employees, you do something for one, you have to do it for all. So my solution to that is, as we have members in their last year that have given a retirement date, that we allow them the option to live outside the county that year if they're going to retire. Now, if they don't retire, they have to move back in or they will retire. No choice there. And then a possible residency waiver for dispatchers. Now, I'm gonna throw this out here. This is just me throwing out a vision. I think dispatch is a problem all over the metro. Those 911 taxes are, majority goes to MARC, Mid-American Research Council. And just before I left KCMO, I was toying with the ideal of looking at creating a regional dispatch center that's ran by MARC. So you don't have the competition, which is what we're having now from dispatchers jumping to agency, because MARC runs the dispatch infrastructure anyway. They get a majority of the 911 taxes. So I think that's an option to start exploring, even if you did a core 4 dispatch center. So that's all I have. And I'll turn it over to the fire chief.
Thank you, Chief Oakman, to the mayor, the commission, county administrator. Thanks for letting us provide a perspective on the residency requirement as it impacts the fire department. Fire administration is in favor of extending out the ability to reside to about a 25-mile perimeter around the center. Much like my colleagues, I've worked in my business for quite a while, about 41 years. I've always lived in the community that I worked in personally, but I would tell you that I modeled this on the District of Columbia that had a lot of problems in hiring, particularly paramedics. The downside always is, of course, can you get your crews back? Can you be able to handle the next tornado that comes through town or a major fire? And we feel like with a highway system, if we were to maintain that 25-mile barrier or closer, about 60 minutes would be the response time. In the past 20 years, I did a poll. There's been one callback of off-duty members in 20 years, and that was to the Joplin, Missouri tornado disaster that occurred several years back. As I mentioned, I believe strongly that the fire chief must live in the community. The next slide will show you, of course, the current boundaries of Wyandotte County. And the center point ends up being at 78th and I believe, let me get the right street for you. Oh, I thought I had it. But at any rate, that is the center point. And moving out, as you can see, isn't far off of any of the interstate highways to be able to report back to duty in an appropriate time. And I think you're going to find a couple of interesting notes from our recent study that was prepared by the International City Managers Association through the group called Center for Public Safety Management. I pulled out 3 of their excerpts, and there's probably a total of 5. And either directly or indirectly, it points out that if the catchment area was expanded, we would be able to attract more paramedics. As you're going to see in another slide, we really are up to speed in terms of numbers of firefighters. We do have some issues and we're working on them very diligently to diversify our organization. In fact, I would dare say we're way behind the power curve, but we're working hard to resolve that. Even though our positions are filled, we're negative 45 paramedics. The goal of the organization is to have all of our ambulances operate as paramedic ambulances 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and at least one paramedic on every fire truck. We do that for several reasons. Today at about 11:30, we had a 3-car wreck at an intersection not terribly far from here and it generated 5 patients. As you might be able to tell, with that number of patients, one paramedic would not be able to provide the appropriate care in the appropriate time. By having to fill those paramedic positions currently, we do that often with overtime. The overtime sometimes becomes a forced march when we don't have enough bare minimum paramedics to be able to provide the care on the ambulance. The forced overtime then, of course, leads to very poor morale. And as research has provided over and over again, that when a person is forced to work extended hours in such a pressure-packed arena for such a long time, the 24-hour window, it does become a burnout problem. Expanding the catchment area, we believe, could alleviate some of the concerns. The larger catchment area, in particular, when we look at paramedics, if we were able to move outside of the current one, we believe we would be able to recruit people who are already certified. The problem with certifying our own, at least 45 members have been identified that will start the paramedic school 2 and 3 at a time. And it'll cost this community about $81,000 to have that person trained. The reason why that cost is so high, we have to pay for the firefighter's time that's going through paramedic school, while another person backfills that position. So hiring qualified paramedics, which we believe would allow us to do that by expanding the area, would save approximately $3.7 million of today's money. And of course, it would continue to expand over a period of time. And again, that would be providing the training, or I'm sorry, providing the certified rather than the in-house training. It also takes a minimum of 22 months to go through the paramedic curriculum. So the other issue that's facing us is simply time. And quite frankly, some of the folks that we ask or actually direct or mandate to go to paramedic school are not very excited about it. Hiring qualified paramedics would lower one of the major overtime drivers that we're confronted with. And I think everyone on the commission would agree, it seems to be well out of control. And we're going to try to put some controls in place as time allows. A couple of savings, of course, with being able to narrow the timeline, we feel like it's a pretty strong benefit. We're committed to having a diverse, equitable, and inclusive organization, regardless of the geographical catchment area. We have just recently put in position a senior member that will take care of DEI, along with recruitment, along with community involvement. And I would dare say, after just a few weeks, some impacts being seen. The retention rate for our members is relatively high. In fact, it's probably more likely that folks would involuntarily leave as compared to other means. But we have had over the past several years, 12 paramedics leave. And I believe in the exit discussion is that part of the reason was to be able to live in an area where they could afford appropriate housing. And that would represent about $1 million in loss to our community. There's approximately 610 paramedics that are in the catchment area currently. And of course, that's simply our community. There's approximately 1,200 certified paramedics that's in the Missouri portion of the catchment zone. And adding those together, the Kansas side of the expanded area, coupled with the ability to pick up Missouri paramedics, we would end up with an additional currently 1,200 certified paramedic pools. Now, with that said, it always goes with a funding issue. So our recommendation for your consideration to improve the ability to allow this to occur would be able to provide a commuter fee. Many communities do that. It's been debated often in Washington, D.C., although I don't believe that it started, but I believe someday it will. And just outside of their communities, they have done that. And I also know that KCMO, I believe, has it in place. And with that, all people who would come from outside would represent, we would hope, or would recommend rather, a 1% commuter tax or commuter fee to be able to take care of public safety as well as public works. So with that said, I'm going to pass the baton, if you will, to Mr. Fisher to talk about Public Works.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you for inviting us to speak tonight on this topic. Hopefully I'll do half as well as my colleagues have. So I've joined the team as a Public Works Director 7 years ago this month. And I've served as Public Works Director for almost 20 years in the Metro with 2 other cities. And over the last 7 years, I've heard many comments, many out of frustration for how the UG operates or poor outcomes of one kind or another. And that includes elected officials and staff and the community. And how the UG operates and produces outcomes is largely influenced by policies. And so, of course, we're here tonight to highlight recruiting and recruitment and retention challenges, and particularly the residency policy. I'll speak to residency, but I first want to point out 2 other very important components. One of them is the organization's brand. And when I talk about brand, it's simply how people feel about the UG. It's whether they're doing business with the UG and that experience, or prospective candidates and how they feel about the UG based on what they hear and they read and they see. And so we have a brand, and I will say it is the largest challenge that we have. If the UG wishes to recruit top talent, we're going to have to improve the brand, especially to the outside world, especially if there's going to be a residency requirement going forward, especially for certain job types. Public Works also believes it can improve recruitment and retention with a robust career development program. In some areas, we have to have our A game everywhere when it comes to recruiting, from our website to how they interface with Workday, job titles, job descriptions, videos attached to those, which we can do now. And I know we're working on that. That's going to be real exciting. We have to catch prospective candidates' attention. It has to be very clear and intuitive. And so that we got to be on our A game with that. So residency, as my colleagues have pointed out, is problematic. It's a challenge. And it's difficult for people outside the organization to understand that challenge. The concept of a residency requirement, especially to the public, sounds great and it feels right. But unless a person knows about these challenges with recruiting and retaining employees, and that it takes an inordinate amount of time to fill those vacancies, it takes a lot of resources and energy to do that and a lot of time. It's hard to understand those challenges and the impacts to the organization and the services that we're expected to provide to the community. An example in Public Works would be about 4 years ago, we lost Lydiana LaBoy, our traffic engineer, to another opportunity. We still have not filled that position with a certified, experienced traffic engineer. Now, we have filled the position with an engineer that we have had for some time. He's a very bright, capable person. Essentially, he's on a career development plan to develop into a traffic engineer because we couldn't recruit a traffic engineer, even after we substantially increased the compensation to match the market 3 years ago. So that's a challenge. And with those types of professions all across the UG, some of those have to hit certain milestones before they're sort of accredited or licensed, right? And that takes time and it takes experiences. But as one of my colleagues pointed out, when they hit those milestones, there's that time that it's taken to get there. They're now ingrained in their community wherever they're living. They may have a family, they may have kids that are in the schools, and they're just not likely to move. They're not going to uproot their family. That doesn't mean, though, that they won't give the same passionate approach to another community they don't live in. Right? They're professionals. They've chosen that profession. As long as it's an appealing opportunity and they don't have to move, they'd be interested. So now UG has a lot of different job types. We have 4 departments here And even within those teams, there's a lot of different job types. Each of those professions include people that have different values and interests, both professionally and personally. And residency works for some, but not for all, right? So in my case, I've served 3 different communities, and I've been required to live in each of those cities within the city limits. The UG is the only one that requires all. It is not uncommon for local government to require certain positions to live within the city limits, including city managers, public works directors, and chiefs. So that is something to think about. Public Works, as you know, some of you know, have been very intentional about building culture and leadership at all levels. Pipeline for leadership, access to opportunity for all that want it. We've been diligently working on that, intentionally working on that, and we need to continue to do that as an organization. Some examples of what we've done: recruitment team we developed, department initiated 2020, led by Diana Jimenez, done a great job. That team's real excited. More recently, working with HR, it's very exciting stuff, going to the high schools and all. We got to continue to do that. I know our other departments are doing that as well. We also, 4 or 5 years ago, developed a career development plan for the engineering division for engineers and project managers. It's been very successful and has been a model for the department to incorporate that in other areas. It has not yet been adopted in other areas, but we're hopeful that in a couple it will in the near future. But the important point is that it sort of set a new tone for our training and development in public works. And then most excitingly, as most of you know, we've got our leadership roundtables we've been doing about 3 years now. We were doing about twice a year. Now we're doing it every 3 months to greater frequency and accelerate the growth in public works. So I'll wrap it up just by saying that and reinforcing that I believe brand is number one. It always will be. Culture, leadership, always will be the first most important thing. Residency is something we need to discuss. I would suggest it does need to be changed. And then as importantly, we need to be intentional about developing employees. And then I'll say about residency. It does reduce the effectiveness of the UG, the competitiveness of the UG. And it limits the diversity of perspectives in the team. I would agree with the chief that a 25-mile radius would be effective and appropriate and improve our ability to recruit. But also alternatively, it could just be something similar that's about response time. And I'll leave you with a few questions. Has the UG, or more importantly, the community, realized satisfactory outcomes as a result of residency over the years? Is the organization performing at the level the community deserves or wants? And is it more important that the UG bring value to the community or that employees live in the community? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sheriff, Chief, Fire Chief, and Director, Public Works. Appreciate all that you all have presented today and some of the good work that you produce, as well as some of the challenges. I think it's good information that you all produce. I'm going to now open it up for questions from our commissioners. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sheriff, Chief Oakman, Chief Rubin, and Director Fisher for just in general beginning for everything you do for the community, especially in our public safety, for all that you do, serve and protect our community. So I thank you for that. I'm going to kind of go down the row of presentations of questions. Thank you, Sheriff, for answering the question about the pay parity, because that was something that came last minute to us last year during the budget. And that was something you were very passionate about. And I thank you for advocating for your department and your staff and what they need and want. So I'm happy that it is helping. And I'm hoping that that trend continues to go the way that it needs to go. So I do thank you for coming back and answering that question. I appreciate that. For Chief Oakman, just as I said at the beginning, thank you for all that you've done as you become chief. and all that, our police officers. And I know that we as the commission are working with you and Chief Rubin and Sheriff Soptic for, as you mentioned, those facility upgrades and what needs to be done. Our public safety, they need to have the best facilities to make sure they are able to perform the duties that they've sworn to do. So I do thank you for all that you've done, and I really appreciate all the statistics of the breakdown, the demographics of the recruits that have come in and just currently of the department. And it does show we have a pretty diverse department, and I appreciate you for bringing that forward. It's all culminating to the discussion of residency. For Chief Rubin, thank you for presenting the proposal and coming forward with it. Several questions I have. What percentage is your department staffed at?
Commissioner, at this point, we have no vacancies.
You have no vacancies at the moment within the fire department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And so when it comes to the topic of I guess one other question I have when it pertains to, we finally, with the help of our new administrator and the mayor, we were able to finally bring forward a contract, or they were able, everyone was able to bring forward a contract that brought the union and all firefighters back into contract with us. How has, since your time with department and the new contract, has morale gone up?
I think it's been effective. We've made a lot of changes to put much of the control back in the hands of the membership where it belongs. I believe that we had centralized it to such a degree that very few decisions were made outside of the battalions or fire stations. So I think that has helped quite a bit. I know there was a lot of discussion around communications, both by this commission as well as by the study that was completed by the Centers for Public Safety Management. I believe we've opened up the lines of communications in many, many ways, to include conducting a meeting involving all fire stations every morning at 8:30. I would urge any of the commission members interested to join us and see what that's about. Of course, we publish weekly staff minutes with the help of our communications division or department within the UG. We publish a monthly video as an example, and I make myself immediately available to any concerns and questions that go on in the department. So I think the morale has improved. I think what the commission has done has been incredible. I know we've got some serious work to do with both fire stations as well as fire apparatus. We made a tremendous investment a few weeks ago, and we cannot thank this commission and county administrator enough for allowing us to get apparatus where our apparatus had begun to truly fail. So thank you for that.
No, of course. And so going back to the very last slide where it talks about the commuter fee. And you referenced it to Casey Mo. Casey Mo has an earnings tax. So proposing commuter fee, what expenses would we be incurring by extending the residency?
I would submit to you that folks who come into town that do not live here, that do not pay taxes, that do not stop in this community to buy gasoline or groceries, ends up with, so to speak, a free ride. The road surfaces, the use of our police department, the response of our sheriff's office, fire department, EMS. I don't have statistics in front of me, but I would dare say perhaps as much as 30 to 40% of our emergency medical care is provided to folks outside of our community. And I say that with a reasonable degree of certainty because of the interstate system. There's probably not a day that we don't do 5 or 6, sometimes 10, maybe even 20 calls on the interstate for either automobiles on fire, collisions. The other day, we had a motorcycle wreck involved. And I think the most expensive part of any fire department is the delivery of that emergency medical services. So that would be the offsets that I was speaking to. And again, I think if it could be done in a way that would incorporate anyone who comes to work here that doesn't live in the city, hence a fee rather than a tax. It wouldn't be a burden on the citizens of this great city and county. And it would simply make sense to me.
Okay. And I agree with you. But the only hesitation I have, and unfortunately, we don't have a great relationship with our legislature. More like they really don't, they like to preempt us on a lot of what we can and cannot do. And I'm afraid that if we pass something like that, that will open the door for AG Kobach to come in and try to take it away. That has happened already with safe and welcoming. When we passed safe and welcoming, the state took it right back out of our hands. They passed a law and said we couldn't do that. And so it would be great for us to be the first community in the state to do something like that. But it opens the door for the Attorney General to come in and for the legislature to say, nope, you're not going to do that. And they pass a law and say, we can't do that.
Yes, sir.
Because it's come out in the news and over in Missouri, their legislature is going to review the earnings tax for Casey Mo and St. Louis. So it may stay, it may not. That's my only concern. And so if we, let's say we, in the future, we pass it and the state and the Attorney General come in and say, no, you can't do that, then we did all of that kind of for nothing. And that's my concern.
Yes, sir.
And so that's my only concern with the commuter fee. But overall, I agree with what you said about it and the reasoning for it. I do agree with that. To now get to the overarching issue of residency. I know several commissioners have stated, based off of our community survey, please, I know one of you will correct me if I'm wrong, over 60% of our residents support residency. And that's a survey that we do regularly, and that's what most of us, I'm not gonna say most of us, all of us on this dais rely on when we try to do policy, when we try to come up with ways, what needs to be done. We rely on the community survey. And number one thing that's on the community survey is always infrastructure, but also we added the question of residency. Over 60% of residents said they want the residency requirement to stay. And at the moment, I'm keen to listen to that over 60% of residents who want to keep it. I know over across the river, Casey Mo lifted their residency for their police department. And I've had communication from an official over, and they said it really hasn't done much. It really hasn't done anything. First, they had, I think it was a 25-mile radius, but they closed out Kansas. It was just the Missouri side. Did nothing really happened. So they opened it up to the Kansas side. Still nothing has happened. And so if we have a test case right across the river saying that they lifted the residency, but nothing, there was no rush. There was nothing. They said, yes, they may have gotten a bit more than they usually did, but it wasn't what they had expected. And so that is why I say at this time, I cannot support lifting the residency. And again, this is a conversation that I believe we're going to continue to have. And I would like also honestly to see if we as staff and commission could redo that survey, but more specifically just the residency requirement to get more updated data on it so that we can see if those numbers still are the same, if they've lowered or if they've increased. So I think that'd be a good idea for us as a commission to do that survey, but specifically just that question. But again, I thank you for everything that you do. and Jeff for your department. Always amazing. We always love hearing your quarterly reports us to standing committee. And so I thank you for what you and your department do. We truly appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, for inviting this conversation into Sheriff, Chief, and to Executive Director. I appreciate the information that you have provided to us. I do like the idea of a commuter fee if it's possible. The majority of my banking, well, all of my banking career, I worked in Missouri for over 20-something years. So I do understand that, and it's something that I knew was coming out, and that was just the cost of doing business because I lived in Wyandotte County all my life. So I certainly would be open to that conversation. The thing that if I pull back kind of from a 30,000 foot level, and we look at overall in the state of Kansas, that Wyandotte County has one of the highest levels of wages that are paid out in the state of Kansas. And yet we have one of the lowest median household income levels in the state of Kansas. That lets me know that persons are coming into Wyandotte County that don't live in Wyandotte County to work, but very little of those dollars remain in Wyandotte County in terms of sales tax, property taxes, et cetera. So when we talk about lifting the residency requirement, I feel myself held in tension because, first of all, I think that we ought to try to recruit as many persons as we can from Wyandotte County to get these high-paying jobs. And if we take that same approach, and Sheriff, I'm glad you mentioned all the areas that that you've already gone to, that you're looking at and hoping to look at more. But it invites to me a thought that if we try to take the residency requirement away, we're going to continue to see the situation of persons coming into Wyandotte County, working for Wyandotte County, spending very little money in Wyandotte County, paying no property taxes in Wyandotte County. And it's not, I mean, if you ask me my personal opinion, I want to keep the residency required. I mean, I want as many kids that are going through elementary school all the way on up, matriculating, to be able to have the jobs that are available here. I don't know that that's going to be the way we need to go in the future, but the flip side of it is that we run the risk of having persons coming in doing the same things that are happening at KU, for instance, down in Fairfax and just elsewhere in the community, and spending very little bit of that money in our community. I put that out there for feedback from from all my colleagues, as well as from you all, if you have any thoughts with regard to that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner King.
I try not to say anything. First of all, police and sheriffs across the United States, the jobs are hard to fill because of how dangerous they are. So Wyandotte County isn't the only one having trouble hiring people. You know, the union that I work for, Labor's 1290, we have asked our retirees to come back to work for us because we have so much work. There's a school teacher shortage. There's a school bus shortage. You know, and these are some of the highest paid jobs in the community. You know, KCMO, when they left it theirs, and I talked to one of the elected body over there, and Chief, you know this, it didn't work the way they wanted it to. You know, and the take-home vehicles. That's something you have to consider. There's a lot of take-home vehicles, and who's driving these cars, and they're going to be somewhere else other than here. More mileage, more tires, more gas. You know, these are things that we have to think about. And you kind of left off Bonner on one of the projects they were talking about. You left off Bishop Ward High School on a couple of the folks that you were talking about. You left off Piper High School to a couple of the places that you haven't talked to. You guys' job is hard, and there is no doubt about it. But today, the fire department goes out to Piper and takes an old fire truck that's 30 some odd years old. And if you watch TV tonight, when you go home, you're going to see the excitement of the kids that saw that fire truck. And if Piper can do it, the rest of the school district can do it. We can go get these kids. There used to be a wall, and I don't know if it's there anymore, but when my son was there, it said, "What do you want to be when you're a senior and you grow up?" He said, "A fireman." We need to get these kids freshman year, maybe even the junior high, and say, "Hey, we've got this high-paying jobs here in Wyandotte County." Because it's hard for me to, somebody's making $120,000 a year to say, you don't have to stay. You know, so it's, we know it's hard, but it would be hard for me to lift it. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be difficult with any of you. You know, one of you said something I didn't like, and I'll call you about it. But it's not easy. None of these jobs are easy. And 3 of them are damn sure dangerous. So I'm off my soapbox, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I make
Yes,
a
sure,
correction
go
if I
ahead.
can? So I don't know if you're referring to my list, but those were just examples. Those were not everywhere we've been. But I will say this, and I was going to leave my cadet update for the 7 o'clock meeting. We've been to every single high school. And the cadet program, that job is open. We've had 2 applicants so far. We've been to every single one, and I do agree with that. I think regardless of what happens, you can't stop recruiting from here. This has to be number one. But I want to make it very, very clear, and I won't speak for the chief, but I'll speak for the sheriff's office. We go everywhere in this community and every single school, because you're right, that should be number one priority. Thank you.
And I like to talk about. Same here, and I didn't put them on my PowerPoint because we would have been in here all day. We go to about 3 to 4 recruiting events a week. Our recruiter is often on Saturday and Sunday of every week is at events. And I agree with you, Commissioner Kane. That was one of my big things. That's why I started 2 youth academies, which one is for Piper, one is Northeast, and one is South. And this year we had 45 kids, ages 12 to 15. And, you know, I think the best thing for recruiting is recruit from your own community first. You know, I always use the example of, no offense, but KU and K-State. K-State became good at football and outpaced KU because KU continued in the late 80s. KU continued to get the worst players from California, Texas, and so on. And then they turned around and expect the best players for Kansas to be available. What Bill Snyder did was he focused on the best players in Kansas first. Then he went and found those outside of the state, and the rest is history. You see how Kansas State turned their team around. And that's what I do with KCK PD.
You were doing good till that analysis.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Commissioner. We have Commissioner Davis.
Thanks, Mayor. I will be brief and I will say rock chalk. We don't really do that over here. I have to. I would just say for the community, because I had folks kind of calling me and a little concerned about this conversation. We are not considering any legislation tonight on our residency requirement. We are merely having a discussion about it. It's a very lively discussion. It's a discussion that I've learned a lot from, but we are not voting on anything tonight. And so please, folks, really just trying to deter some calls tomorrow. But this is merely a discussion. It is not something that we are voting on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stipes.
Stites District 7. Well, so I'll approach it just a little bit differently. I want to talk quickly about the survey. I'm not sure, I wasn't here when that survey was completed, but I would be willing to bet that of the 60% that said they like to have the residency requirement remain in place, that they didn't know the financial impact that's saying that. There should be a follow-up question that says, do you know it's going to make it hard for our departments to recruit? Do you know it's going to cost you a lot of money in overtime. So there should be some follow-up questions. It can't just be taken with that, do you like residency, right? So I'd like to look at that, and actually I'd like to have a copy of that report. I think we should strive for our community to be where people do want to come and live, not want to leave. I worked under residency requirement, the police department. My son is fourth generation Wyandotte County law enforcement. And Chief, Southwest Wyandotte County might be a place you might want to do a little recruiting too, because 2 of them came out of there, myself and my son. But I think we ought to focus on how we make this community where people want to come, not leave. Well, I think we're spinning it in the wrong direction, that we're afraid that people are just going to mass exodus. I don't believe that's the case. We've got 4 highly qualified chiefs and sheriffs and department heads that are coming forward and saying, we have a problem. Not one of them said, and I was glad to hear it, this is the answer. This is going to fix it. All they're saying is this could potentially help us. And I respect that, because you're not hanging your hat on it saying this is going to fix it, right? You're saying this is a tool that'll help us. I'm all for looking at additional ways that we can help you guys be fully staffed. And if that means a modified residency requirement, I think that we can have that discussion. We talked about take-home cars. Maybe maybe if you live outside of Wyandotte County, you don't have a take-home car, right? That's easy fix. So you make that decision. If you want to move outside of Wyandotte County, guess what? Your take-home car stays here. So there's things that we can look at that we don't have to just it be all or nothing. And I'm hopeful that we will have a further discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you for your presentations. But more importantly, thank you for what you and your colleagues, staff, all public safety, including our Director of Public Works. Thank you for what you do under the most trying of times. Many of us respect and appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, thank you all again. I've always said it that to have a great Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, you have to have a safe Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. And the great work of our public safety officials has proven that, as well as our public works and what they're trying to do with the resources that they have. I look at the numbers from the departments, and I can tell you that, and the chief didn't talk about it, but just working in partnership with the sheriff's department, just on the criminal justice side. We're at I believe a 9-year low in violent crime, chief. Is that correct? And I believe I don't want to speak too out of turn, but I know at least a month ago, our great investigators here under the leadership of Carl Oakman and his executive team, they put us at 100% solvability rate for homicides. That's unheard of anywhere in the United States. And that says a lot about, even with their limited resources and even with the challenges they face, they have not stopped doing everything they can to make sure that Wyandotte County is a safe place for all of us to live. And so these criminal justice officials need to be commended for that great work that they've done in spite of the challenges that they have. Our fire department, when I look at those numbers, when you have no vacancies, that says a lot about the type of department that is being run under your leadership, chief, and you should be commended for that, we've got the contract for the great men and women of the fire department that they had been begging for far too long. And even under those challenges, we're still at a point where you don't have any vacancies. And those people stayed here because they love this community and they wanted to provide those great services. And I know that Public Works does a great job when you talk about all the infrastructure needs, just at that the groundbreaking that we just had to get some of those folks a new facility that was approved by this commission. Well deserved for those people because we need to make sure that they have all the resources available to them within a reasonable budget that this commission can put forward to make sure that they can provide the best level of quality services to the residents of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, because our residents deserve it, especially when you talk about taxes and fees and the other things that a lot of our residents have concerns about. So thank you all. Thank you so much for what you do day in and day out for the great citizens of Wyandotte County. What you've done has not gone unnoticed. And as long as I'm mayor, will never be overlooked because I wore that uniform well and I know what it means to sacrifice day in and day out and put service above self. So thank you so much. That takes us to, again, this was just for information only. That takes us to adjournment and I will entertain a motion.
Davis to move.
Romero second.
Okay, before I ask for roll call, our clerk is letting us know we're gonna need at least 10 minutes for them to get up and running for our full commission meeting. So we will re-adjourn for our full commission meeting at exactly 7:15. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum? Aye. Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Kane? Markley?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
You were, I apologize. No,
You were here.
I was here to babysit.
Okay.
the commissioner up here. Talking there. You'll do it.
Please get ready to take your seats. Will we be convening this meeting in about 1 minute? Well, greetings, everyone. Today is September 17th, 2023. This is the regular session of your full Unified Government of Wyandotte County Commission meeting. Before I call the meeting order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones when not speaking to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows exactly who is speaking. Also, please be sure to speak directly in the microphone at an audible level so the public that is hearing you can hear your comments and that there's an accurate record for our clerk. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Bynum? Here. Burrows?
Here.
Townsend? Here. McKiernan?
Here.
Ramirez?
Here.
Johnson?
Here.
Kane? Here. Markley? Here. Garner?
Here. Thank you, clerk. Tonight, we're going to have an invocation followed immediately by the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's invocation is going to be given by Sister Therese Baggert of Our Lady St. Rose Catholic Church. Please stand.
Merciful God, I am calling to mind our sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith who during this time are reflecting on their lives, examining themselves and their ethical shortcomings in light of their belief in you, God, and how they might do better, not just as individuals, but also as a community of believers. This is the Jewish faithful's preparation for Rosh Hashanah, the month dedicated to reflection and the hope for change. Risen Christ, help those of us who bear the name Christian to join them. May the work of this commission this night be led by your spirit of truth, God. May the reports from major government functions, police and sheriff's departments and district attorney's office reflect the desire to serve this community with new initiatives and programs. We ask, tender God, your blessing on those new programs and those who will administer them. And God, I do not wish to delay the work of this commission, but there are so many more to pray for. Our sisters and brothers in Morocco and Libya. Our sisters and brothers in Birmingham as they remember the hate that killed 4 little girls at a church 60 years ago. And then we lift up those in this community who have been able to work and drive legally because they have DACA. There was a concerning court ruling today. Hear again our prayers, loving God, and those prayers and people we hold in our hearts. I pray in the name of our brother Jesus, the bringer of God's peace and justice. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice.
Thank you, sister, for that invocation and for those recognitions in that invocation. We really do appreciate you. Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there was a blue sheet that has been published, adding item number 8 to the mayor's agenda, adding item number 1 to the standing committee's agenda, and updating documents for item number 2 on the mayor's agenda and item number 6 under the administrator's agenda. Those are all the revisions.
Thank you. That takes us to the mayor's agenda. And the items on the agenda, the first 8 items will be proclamations. Clerk, could you go through those?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Attendance Awareness Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Attendance Awareness Month. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2023 as Rebels Family Activity Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Rebels Family Activity Day. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2023 as POW/MIA Recognition Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the importance of POW/MIA Recognition Day. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Sunday, September 17, 2023 as Salem Missionary Baptist Church Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Salem Missionary Baptist Church Day. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 23rd, 2023 as Margarita La China Enriquez Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Margarita La China Enriquez Day. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 17th, 2023 as Thomas J. Roan Day. So it is proclaimed in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, that Thomas J. Roan was an exemplary individual whose contributions to our community deserve recognition and appreciation. Throughout his lifetime, this proclamation honors his outstanding achievements of bringing enhanced educational opportunities by way of the Kauffman Foundation and USD 500, serves as a testament to the positive impact he has made in our community and the greater metropolitan area. Proclamation. Whereas We Buy Black KC LLC, newly named the New Black KC Market Inc., started July 15th, 2020 by 3 African-American women, Oracha Towers, Tamika Griffin Williams, and Taquanda Royster. And whereas the Black KC Market, Quindaro Day, and their valued street vendors marketplace initiatives at 18th Quindaro Boulevard have recognized the value minority small businesses have in Kansas City, Kansas, and beyond. And whereas with a vision to counter the hardships caused by the pandemic on minority labor and business, Executive Director Oracha Towers and the Black KCK Market Board of Directors orchestrated coordinated community outreach, business education, positive collaborations, Quindaro Boulevard cleanup campaigns, including commerce outlets for African-American entrepreneurs and businesses to survive and thrive the pandemic-induced economic downturn through self-sustainability. And whereas against every challenge posed by historical societal systems that far too often have ignored the value and significance of communities of color by way of marginalization, bias, redlining, racism, disrespect, intolerance, inequities, unnecessary barriers, bigotry, zero assistance, and intentional disenfranchisement, the resilience and determination of the Black KC Market Team contributions and commitment of promoting minority and women businesses continues in the epicenter of the urban core of Kansas City, Kansas, often in the areas of 17th to 18th at Quindaro Boulevard. And whereas with the pandemic becoming increasingly invaded, the need for highlighting, expanding, and supporting minority entrepreneurs and businesses continues to be a necessary necessity in underserved, marginalized, disinvested, and disenfranchised communities of color that increasingly need outlets of opportunity to provide community-enhancing goods, services, and resources designed to support and sustain and improve quality of life. And whereas a proven and effective way to combat poverty, homelessness, illiteracy, inequality, blight, crime, and hopelessness in our underserved communities cannot be found in propagating ineffective criminal justice systems, but rather investing in the people, places, and programs where investment is needed most. This includes promoting and supporting job creating and resource generating entrepreneurship and business opportunities that can positively move people from poverty to prosperity. Black KC Market efforts to promote unity, opportunity, and hope through the cultivation and support of entrepreneurs and businesses have assisted in revitalizing underserved pockets of KCK with the hope of creating opportunities that can bridge the potential for generational wealth to the disenfranchised. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the second Saturday in September of 2023 as Quindaro Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, as a celebration of this landmark initiative and commend Black KC Market for their consistent contributions to our community. Proclamation. Whereas federal recognition of our Hispanic heritage began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week, was expanded in 1988 to cover a 30-day period, and was enacted into law on August 17th, 1988. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month in 2023 is from September 15th to October 15th, and this year's theme is Latinos Driving Prosperity, Power, and Progress in America. And whereas the day of September 15 is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Brazil, Mexico, Chile, and Belize celebrate their Independence Days on September 7, September 16, September 18, and September 21, respectively. Whether their Independence Day is in September or other months, this month we celebrate all our residents whose roots are from Latin America. And whereas 31% of our population identify as Hispanic, that means a little over 51,000 of us are Hispanic, and this community is young and growing, with over half the children in WICO's largest school district, District 500, are Hispanic. And whereas almost 16.5% of dots are born in another country, a majority come from Latin America. And whereas both immigrant and American-born Hispanics bring energy and a strong work ethic to their jobs in all types of professions, nourishing and strengthening their families, as well as our city and county. And whereas the entrepreneurial spirit of our Hispanic residents has transformed the Central Avenue District, formerly declining, into a hub of stores and restaurants, revitalizing the economy and bringing authentic Latin American food and culture to residents as well as visitors from the Metro Kansas City area and beyond. And whereas our children and adults' artistic lives are enriched immeasurably by the murals, music, spoken word, fiestas, and all aspects of Latino arts created in our city. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the importance of Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you, Clerk, for those readings. That takes us to item number 9 on the agenda, which is a presentation on marijuana diversion and the program that's come of that. Last year, one of the things that I really took into full consideration was looking at what our state to the east of us, the great state of Missouri, and what they have done to legalize marijuana. Colorado had already legalized marijuana, and in that close proximity for access to marijuana, it could not go unnoticed that that would impact people here in Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. My 32-year experience in law enforcement and a lot of data that's out there indicates that there's been periods and pockets in time to where throughout our nation, especially people of color have been targeted from police systems and programs and initiatives in a way that has not always been equitable. And so looking at what Kansas has done, and just for those watching, under Kansas law as it stands now, we cannot decriminalize marijuana in the state of Kansas. It's not allowed under our current state statutes. What some communities have done, particularly the city of Wichita, they've looked at other ways to depenalize marijuana in a way that hopefully was equitable for them, but we cannot decriminalize it. What I took was I looked at what some of these other communities had done, and I brought together a task force of both our sheriff, our police chief, our DA, as well as our legal department and our municipal court judges. And we had a real strong debate and conversation of, in light of what we know is happening just across the river in Kansas City, Missouri, with having easy access as well as availability to marijuana. We talked about the impact to Wyandotte County. And why is that so important to me, somewhat as? Well, because in the great state of Kansas, if you're convicted of marijuana, after your third conviction, it's a felony. And we know what having a felony can do to the lives of individuals that just want to get ahead. And so 3 convictions of marijuana in Kansas can cause a young person, unbeknownst, to end up with a felony. Now, our chief, Oakman, has done a good job, and the men and women of the Kansas Police Department, they have known that, and they have not taken a hard stance on enforcement. They do it case by case, and they use reasonable and appropriate discretion on whether to charge or not. That's backed up by a lot of other circumstances that would lead them to that decision. But even with that, if you go outside of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, and other areas where maybe the lens that law enforcement may not look through may not align with the lens of the values or the initiatives of that of our local officials here in Wyandotte County, it poses an increased and enhanced risk for a young person that may not know of the severity of having possession of marijuana that leads to a third conviction. And so I brought together this task force, and after a strong debate, we really focused on education, treatment, and messaging that could really abate and discourage, especially our young people, from using marijuana in a way that could lead and bridge them to more harmful drugs. And so that is pretty much what you'll hear tonight is what the task force agreed upon, and really who took the lead here at the unified government was really our legal department. And so I have to really give a shout out to them and the research that they've done, working in cooperation with our municipal court judges and the work that they've done to come up with a resolution and hopefully a plan that they feel would be the best course of action here in Wyandotte County to address the concern that I posed to them. And the biggest thing is to make sure that whatever is done, that we do in a way that is equitable for our residents in Wyandotte County. So I'll ask Judge Schultz to come forward and to make the presentations and to lead the conversation and to share with the public as to the new programs and initiatives that they can expect from this conversation.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Johnston, our County Administrator, and members of the public that are here. As Mayor Garner stated, through this task force, we talked about what we can do to make sure that people understand that while marijuana possession is legal in Missouri and Colorado, and even Oklahoma now has medical marijuana possession, there are other states around us that are moving in that direction, and our legislature does not at this time appear to be moving in that direction. We want to make sure that we are treating it in the way that we should be. We do not want to change any of our ordinances. We want to work within the framework of the ordinance that we have at this time. It is still illegal in Kansas, and we do not condone, the municipal court does not condone the possession or use of marijuana. Considering the reality of the surrounding states and the resolution that had been passed by the Board of Commissioners regarding the education, treatment, and prevention of marijuana, after the meetings with the task force, our risk engagement assessment liaison, Kevin Smith, in municipal court initially developed an educational PowerPoint regarding marijuana. After that initial development, Ashley Hand from Strategic Communications shared that with the Health Department, Chief Oakman, and Sheriff Soptic to get their input on that. Strategic Communications is developing that into an educational video. I know they have interviewed Mr. Cleo from the prosecutor's office and myself for that, and it's my understanding that that video will be ready shortly. So our possession of marijuana ordinance is section 22-290. That ordinance is not changing. But what we are doing is the prosecutor's office is making some changes to their diversion program. Mr. Khalil will talk about that. With diversion, judges only have a role if a denial of someone to apply for diversion is arbitrary and capricious, or if it appears that someone is failing at the diversion and a motion to revoke is filed. What we are doing if somebody is either not eligible for diversion or decides that they do not want to participate in a diversion, we will impose a $150 fine. However, that fine will be waived if this person participates in viewing that educational video and does it in a timely manner. We're going to offer the viewing of that video in person during normal business hours. Our real officer will facilitate those. We're also going to allow people, if they have jobs that will prevent them from coming in person during the day, to view that video outside of our business hours virtually. They will have to complete a survey so that we know that they actually watched the video and hopefully gain some knowledge from it. On a second conviction, we will impose a $300 fine, of which $150 could be waived if they participate in a drug and alcohol evaluation, which usually costs about $150. They have to follow the recommendations of that drug and alcohol evaluation. There will be a 1-year probation period. However, if they comply with the probation and the prosecutor's office and the probation office agree, there could be early closure after 6 months. There would be an underlying jail term. Under the ordinance, it could be up to 180 days to ensure that they do not hopefully fail on that probation. As the mayor stated, if there is a third, I do not have jurisdiction over that. Judge Whitman does not have jurisdiction over that. It would be dismissed from our court. The prosecutor's office has to send it over to the district attorney's office. The district attorney reviews them on a case-by-case basis and makes a decision as to whether or not to file charges. Part of the educational video and PowerPoint that's been put together is really focused on what can happen in Kansas on a third conviction. Because I think it is extremely important for people, particularly the young people in our community, to understand while you may be able to drive over the state line and legally purchase marijuana and marijuana products there, it is not legal here, and it can have a very negative impact on your life if you're hitting a third conviction. We also do have a list for people with that drug and alcohol evaluation. Those providers may recommend an alcohol drug information school, which is a one-day class. They may recommend outpatient treatment. They may recommend inpatient treatment, depending on all of those things. And that's what that follow the recommendations part is about. Mr. Khalil will talk about the diversion program, and then Judge Whitman's going to touch on DUIs for it.
Good evening, everybody. I'm John Khalil. I'm the current city prosecutor. So first thing I want to talk about is our current diversion policy and then kind of where we are planning to go with it. So our current diversion policy, the first thing is it requires someone to pay a $300 diversion fee. We also require folks to take an 8-hour drug prevention class. And then the person would be on diversion for 6 months. During that 6-month period, they would be required to check in with our prosecutor's office twice. So we have them check in at the 3-month mark and then at the 6-month mark to keep them on track for making sure that they're getting everything done that they need to get done. And then under our current policy, a person is only able to complete this diversion program once in their lifetime. So if they receive a diversion when they're 18 and then they pick up another charge when they're 45, they wouldn't be eligible because they've already gone through our diversion program. The changes in the policy would be we would have folks pay $100 diversion fee, and they would watch the video that our public information office is currently preparing. That would be the educational marijuana video. And then after their fee is paid and they've completed watching the video, the diversion would be closed. So there would be no 3-month or 6-month check-in if they were able to pay their $100 at the time of signing the diversion contract. And our diversion policy would be amended to allow someone to complete the one diversion every 12 months. So they got a charge on September 14th of 2023. On September 14th of 2024, they would be eligible again. That's really all the changes that we're making to the policy. Do you have any questions? Oh, sorry, Judge.
We'll come back for questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The one thing about DUI, however, it follows similar to the punishments for the possession. You can have a diversion for your first DUI. Usually that requires alcohol information school, maybe treatment if you really have a problem with alcohol. You'll have to get an evaluation. The diversion is through the city. The second DUI, however, requires you to get, and you can only have one diversion in your lifetime. So it's a little different than with this possession. Second time, you'll have to get an evaluation, follow those recommendations. And then a third, if it's within 10 years of your second, it becomes a felony. It is sent over to the district attorney's office for them to make a decision. The other difference is that DUI, if you go diversion and you complete it, or even if you don't complete it successfully, it counts as a conviction as you go through. In this diversion, it would be not a conviction. It would be off your record. It'd be done. So there's a little bit of a difference between that. In DUI, our hands are kind of tied. There's a calculus in the statutory framework that does not allow for really kind of a tweaking.
We are also going to, for 1 year, starting this October 1st and continuing to October 1st of 2024, we are going to waive the expungement fee for possession of marijuana and possession of paraphernalia convictions. People must still meet all of the rest of the requirements under statute to be eligible for expungement, but we will be waiving expungement fees for 1 year for those two crimes. I also wanted to make sure that everyone understands that if that possession of marijuana charge is accompanied by, for example, a DUI, obviously the person is not going to be eligible for this new sentencing. We have to comply with the DUI. So I want to make sure everyone understands that you cannot drive high. That is illegal. It is not okay. It is dangerous. And we thought that the video would be ready for you to see tonight, but we were informed it is not ready yet. So with that, we are happy to entertain any questions. Oh, I'm sorry. I believe maybe no? Okay. Apparently not.
I'll ask our district attorney, Mark
Yes.
Dupree. You're not getting away. He was an integral part of the conversation, and really, if he can speak really profound to the expungements, he's really been trying to allow that from the district attorney's office, and really, if you can just share with us, district attorney, just when you get that third felony conviction, what goes into your thoughts as far as making a final decision?
Well, I'll tell you, number one, thank you for allowing me to speak to all the commissioners, Mr. Johnston, Mr. Mayor, and fine judges. Appreciate the opportunity to present with you guys. The number one thing is understanding the difference between the state law and the municipal court law. And with the state law and statutes, we don't have the ability to ignore what the law says. And so where there is probable cause to show that a person has marijuana on them, whether it's while they were driving, whether it's on their in their vehicle, and so on and so forth, we will evaluate on a case-by-case analysis what that looks like and what that charge will be. I will tell you that marijuana alone as a charge in the DA's office is very rare. It's very rare, and our law enforcement oftentimes do not see quite a bit of that. What we do see, however, is when marijuana is accompanied by some type of other crime, usually some type of violent crime, and they find marijuana in the vehicle or on the person, and so on and so forth. And I differentiate the two, because when you say marijuana and you don't want to give a harsh punishment, a lot of times we think about the harshest of crimes. That's not what this committee was talking about. The committee was talking about more so the possession of the user having the possession of marijuana. And on our side of the law, it's still illegal, and we will evaluate that. And if a person is sent over on the third possession and it is minor, we will still charge them. However, we, as the judge just indicated, as they do, we have a diversion program. And just a little later, I'll talk a little bit more about that. But that diversion is wide open and gives opportunities for individuals to do all of the assessments that Judge Whitman spoke about. And they have to, however, in our office, to be on diversion for a certain period of time. Usually it's 12 months. And if they complete that program, then that diversion goes through and the case is dismissed. And so it's not watching the video and then you get another opportunity, because by the time you make it to us, I'm not going to say it's your last shot, but ultimately you ought to have learned something, and then we will prosecute you. Again, our law enforcement do not often send possession of marijuana only to us. Let me change it a little, except for those who have enough marijuana to be charged with the intent to distribute. And in those cases, there is no diversion. In those cases, we prosecute to the fullest extent of the law.
So any questions? I'm sure there are going to be some.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you. I just want to know, as a person, how many of your cases are marijuana related? And then like, what's the percentage of that to your overall caseload that you see in your court?
I don't have those statistics with me tonight. I know that part of the task force was we all provided from the district attorney's office and from municipal court. We provided statistics regarding the age. I can tell you the average age of people charged with possession of marijuana in our court is young. It's on the young side. It is the 18 to 24-year-old range. I do remember that from the statistics that we gathered. We do not see it nearly as much as we used to. Chief Oakman's position, I believe, is maybe different than prior chiefs might have been. I believe that the police may exercise a little more discretion than they used to when, especially something very small. We hardly even see possession of paraphernalia cases anymore also. And I think part of that is you can make things considered paraphernalia that may not actually be paraphernalia. So I think the police are are being very cautious about charging somebody with paraphernalia for something that may not actually be paraphernalia.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Judge Schultz, Whitman, and Mr. Khalil. And of course, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and your office for bringing this forward. This was something that I believe when you first got elected, we talked about. And I know I've had discussions in the past with Chief Oakman about this issue. So it's sad to hear that the majority of the ones who are coming before municipal court with these possessions, and as you have said, and as the mayor have said, they're young. And it's already tough to be young in this community, but adding a charge and getting to the 3 strikes law that we have, it's detrimental. It's closing them out of opportunities. And so I really appreciate you doing the hard work of trying to work within the constraints of the law, and try to find the wiggle room that you could. My next question, I believe either you, Judge Schultz, or Judge Whitman, it was from Judge Whitman's comments. Why is it when you're going through diversion on a DUI, there's a conviction but not on possession? Is that because of severity of the crime?
Statute, the state statute states a conviction is a diversion. If you go diversion, that will count as a conviction. That's in the statute
For a DUI?
for a DUI.
And why, but why I'm just curious of why it's not for possession as well. And is it just severity or?
Right, I think the legislature was looking at your first time DUI, thinking that we'll give you a break in allowing you to go diversion, but if you're going to continue to be a repeat offender, that is going to count.
Okay.
And it is not in the possession charge at all.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious about that. That caught my ear when you had said that. Going to the fee, we lowered it from 3 to 100, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Because I know, I don't remember what year, I can look here. On this article, 2019, the city of Lawrence and their commission, they lowered the fee down to $1. And I know, and that was a significant drop. It says here from their original fine was $200. And I know from municipal court, all the fees and fines that are collected is the revenue for the court. I personally, for me, in the future, I would like us to look at lowering that even further. Because then again, that fine, that fee it's still another obstacle that these young, the youth are trying to, they have to get through. And that's something we already talked about through the fee and fine reform that municipal court is already going through and implementing. And so I would like us to maybe in the future, after the new diversion program has gone through for a couple years or so, and then relook at maybe lowering that fine, so that we can take away another hurdle. And so that's just my 2 cents on the fee that we currently have. But overall, I do thank you for taking the time and looking into this issue. And like I said, trying to work within the law and try to come up with a better framework that's more equitable and more fair to our youth and just to our residents in general. So I thank you.
Commissioner, I just want to, this is Judge Schultz again. I just want to clarify the money that's collected in municipal court, whether it comes from a diversion fee or a fine, it goes to the general fund. It does not go to municipal court. Then there are what we call pass-through fees that we collect, like the state fees that are imposed, but we collect them and pass them on to the state. Also, the reason, at least not on the diversion side, but on the first-time conviction side, we impose that $150 fine is waiving of it is the carrot to get you to participate in the video. So if you do what we ask of you, you're not paying that $150. So that is kind of our little carrot to get people to actually do it, whether you come to a session in person or do it virtually online and do the survey so we know that you did it. So as far as that goes, and then on the second conviction, for us, we wanted to make clear to people, you're getting close to having a real problem. And so that's why the fine imposed would be $300. You have to get that drug and alcohol evaluation, which costs about $150. You do it in a timely manner, so we waive $150 of the fine. I have concerns about being too light on the second and somebody tripping into a third without kind of really realizing it. Because I think one of the biggest problems is when you are young, you sometimes make a decision that is probably not the best. For example, you may reject that offer of diversion. Just let me pay the fine. I don't even want to watch the video. Well, then you're already setting yourself up for failure later on. And I just think that sometimes young people in particular have a hard time to see that long-term impact that it can have. And that's why we have done what we've done on that second one and imposed the probation and those other things.
Sorry, Ms. Murray, one last thing. Could we, because I know there's changes and numbers and fees are being either waived at this, there's a lot of if this happens, then this happens. Could we get either a PDF, a document, or a PowerPoint explaining all of the different changes that were made and just how the new process works?
Absolutely. I really thought you were seeing something tonight until this morning. So, but yes, we can get you a PDF or something.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Judge Schultz, Judge Whitman, Mr. Khalil, DA and his office staff. I just want to make sure I can leave here with some little bit of clarity about what's happening. The mayor is to be commended for moving in a direction that will help keep those people who may be inadvertently caught with a third strike against them because Kansas does not recognize the legality of marijuana. We're in between two states that do. So someone comes before your court, they've had two either DUI charges related to marijuana or possession. Now they're in Kansas and they have possession. What would happen to them but for the steps that you're taking? Is that a felony? Would they go to prison? If found guilty, of course.
No matter how a third conviction comes to us, and DUI is a little harder because some things that are considered a DUI in other states are not considered a DUI conviction in our state for certain purposes. For example, at least at one point, Wichita, Kansas, their ordinance actually also included, their DUI ordinance included like DUI on a bike, on a bicycle, like an actual bicycle. So that doesn't count as a prior conviction when calculating a conviction for a DUI. It's a little complicated as far as the DUI situation goes. The prosecutor's office is the one that reviews and makes a determination as to whether or not something would be considered a third charge. The prosecutor's office then dismisses it if they make that determination based on a person's criminal history. And then they're the ones that create the informational packet that goes to the district attorney's office. So I'm not going to have the knowledge as to whether or not something is I'm not going to be able to see somebody's prior criminal history. When I go to sentence someone, the prosecutor's office is the one who provides us, whether it's a DUI or in this case, possession of marijuana. They're the ones who provide the records to tell us, judge, this is a first conviction, or judge, this is a second conviction. But with them making those changes to their diversion policy, no longer making it a once in a lifetime opportunity, that gives people a chance to avoid hitting that third one quite so early. So for example, if someone did a diversion at 18 and then at 22 got another possession of marijuana charge, obviously they'd be eligible for that diversion program that Mr. Khalil was talking about again. And the marijuana diversions, they get dismissed. They don't count as convictions if they're successful on the diversion. And they have really made it, I believe, fairly easy for somebody to be successful. You know, they're not having those long check-ins, and, you know, young people often move and you can lose paperwork and lose touch, and making it kind of a all-in-one thing really increases their probability of success on it. But people have to say yes when they're offered diversion. I see in my courtroom almost every day someone who either declines diversion or someone who just says, I just want to plead guilty to everything, whether it's a traffic ticket or whatever it is. And I have to explain, I can only accept a guilty plea to all of your charges. I can't make you an offer. I cannot dismiss your charges, any of them. But if you get an offer, the prosecutor could dismiss some of the charges. You're under no obligation to accept any plea offer made by the prosecutor. You can decline it. We can get you a continuance. We can get you a trial date. But over and over, and I will say in particular, I've seen this with people who request our interpreter, that I just want to pay and be done. I just want to pay and be done. I try to explain, if it's a driving situation, the impact on their driving record. People have to listen to what we tell them for this to have a positive impact on them.
Thank you. Let me just try to back up here because I'm practicing the criminal realm, and to get the importance of what the mayor is trying to do here and with working with all of you all. If someone comes to our jurisdiction and they've had 2 convictions on anything, and they come here and they just have to have a marijuana related, is that the real juxt of this thing? Or do those 2 previous convictions have to be related to marijuana?
So under the state statute, it's a 3rd conviction for possession of marijuana. It is solely related to possession of marijuana.
And without this intervention, if this was the 3rd time this person is in Kansas now, what would normally be the course of things? Would that automatically be a felony conviction? If they are found guilty, of course. Is that it?
It would automatically be dismissed in our court and referred to the district attorney's office. If the district attorney's office decided to file the charges and the person was convicted, it would be a felony.
And then they go where? Let's say they're found guilty. Then you're talking about a felony, and then you're talking about Leavenworth, talking about Lansing. Lansing, okay.
It also depends on their criminal history and the sentencing guidelines.
And I'm trying to break this down so people not only here, but at home really understand the impact of what is trying to be accomplished here and avoided.
Yes, ma'am. And
Thank
so
you, Judge.
just to give clarification, once it is dismissed and is sent over to our office, if we decide to move forward, it moves forward as a level 5 felony. And a level 5 felony has the ability to send an individual to prison. And for Kansas, there's multiple. You have one in Lansing, which is the one most folks are aware of, and throughout the state of Kansas. I think we have one in Eudora and other places as well. Point being is they are able to go to, Eudora, El Dorado. You have the potential to go to prison. Having said that, our sentencing guide for the state of Kansas, we are guided by the sentencing grid. And we have what's called a drug grid here in the state of Kansas. And a level 5 felony is the lowest level of a drug conviction or pursuit that we could charge an individual with. And so if it comes over, they would be charged as a level 5, the lowest that we have, but still on the drug grid. Now, to make the determination on if they will go to prison will be based off of their criminal history, as the judge indicated. With that, a person with the criminal history A or B, which are the highest criminal histories that we have in the state of Kansas, which means that a person has 3-person felonies or 2-person felonies on their record. If they have that on their record, then they could potentially go to prison for upward part of anywhere from 32 to 42 months in prison for that 3rd conviction. Having said that, the majority of the individuals that we run into, specifically in this area, fall into what's called the presumptive probation. And that presumptive probation means that normally they don't have a huge criminal history, thus not person felonies. And because of that, if they get this conviction, they will get an opportunity on probation with an underlying sentence to go to prison. And that range can go from 10 all the way to 32. So if they get probation and they screw it up, then they can go to prison for 10 months up to 32 months. But it is based off of a person's criminal history. And that is the Kansas sentencing drug grid. Feel free to look it up if you wanted to see more in-depth numbers on that.
Thank you. And then if they have a felony, at some time, how long would it take? And this will tie into the great work that your department has been doing with expungements. How long would it be before that felony could be expunged?
So depending on what the criminal history is and ultimately when the conviction is, the expungement laws allows individuals to get an expungement usually 3 to 5 years after the conviction has occurred and the completion of whatever that probation or prison time was done. And that just depends on exactly what statute they were convicted under. But usually 3 to 5 years when an individual have completed their time, paid their debt to society, paid their restitution, then they have that opportunity to request from a judge that their record is expunged specifically due to that conviction.
Thank you. And this is all by what the mayor initiated, trying to avoid all of that ultimately. I guess that's the bottom line.
I think it's safe to say yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for the work your department is doing on expungement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, one last question I forgot to ask. Either you, Judge Schultz, or Mr. Khalil, so that the public knows, when you're on diversion, what are the tasks that does that person have to complete or do while they're on diversion?
Are you speaking about if you're on diversion currently? Or
Yes.
So currently, the tasks that the person would have to complete is they would have to pay the $300 diversion fee. They would have to come into the city prosecutor's office and sign a diversion contract. And then they would have to take an 8-hour educational drug education class. And then after or during the completion of that, they would have to check in with our office at the 3-month mark of the 6 months for their diversion, and then check in again at the 6-month mark so that our office can monitor that they've done all the things that they need to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I was a little guarded on, I didn't want to spoil what they were going to talk about, so there's no more spoiler alerts. We really know what our criminal justice professionals are trying to do, really what they're trying to do in light of Kansas being sandwiched in between several states where marijuana is legal. We know that being young is universal. And we know, I've been to games, I've been to concerts, I've been to community events. And because we know that marijuana is readily accessible in 2 of our bordering states, particularly Kansas and Missouri, where you can just go in some instances right across the street and you're in the great state of Missouri. And you have an opportunity to get marijuana and bring it back over. We've been to those locations and you can smell the marijuana blowing in various venues and smell it coming off people's clothing. So you know that people are not only in possession of marijuana, they're smoking marijuana. The thing that we wanted to do in looking what Kansas law boxes us in is how do we create a system here in Wyandotte County that at least could be more equitable in light of that accessibility? Especially when you look historically, there have been concerns that have been brought to me by people in the minority community of racial profiling and what that could mean. Chief Oakman, speaking with him, he was part of the task force. He noted that unless you got a trunk full of bricks of marijuana in your vehicle, or they do a search warrant, you got a garage full of marijuana, just minor possession. Yes, the officer has the discretion, but outside of any other extenuating circumstances, the officer's probably not going to charge you for that. But in the case of the NC cities do for small, minor possession of marijuana, it doesn't matter. 3 strikes and you're going to have a felony. And then you really put our DA in a bad position where he has to make a hard decision on whether or not to proceed for you and seek prosecution that could ultimately lend you a felony conviction. And we know what that does and how that negatively impacts people's lives. Really, in a short, what has came up is a two-tiered approach. The first approach is basically it costs you nothing if you go through the program to just watch the video and get educated on the harms and all the things associated, not just with marijuana use, but with possession, and educate yourself on what that means for you as far as Kansas law is concerned. And the second tier is the judges said, we're going to up the ante, because now if you didn't get it the first time, the second time, we've got to shock you into making a believer out of you that you're headed down a road to where in the state of Kansas, you could get a felony. And that's what we're trying to do. So the approach is education, prevention, treatment, and ultimately expungement. And that is really something that I really push when you talk about drug paraphernalia and minor possession. Even when I was a law enforcement officer, I'd go in some of these retail stores and I would see countertops full of, little unicorn puffers or whatever you want to call them or whatever. It's drug paraphernalia. And sometimes our young people don't know the difference and they think it's cute. And if they get stopped by a certain officer and his discretion, which he is allowed to do, says, I'm going to charge you for this, it could put that young person in a bad way. I think what's really key to this was expunging those minor possessions of marijuana and drug paraphernalia for 1 year. So anybody that's out there with in sight or sound that's listening, please take that opportunity that our Wyandotte County courts and our judges have graciously extended to this community to get your record expunged free of charge if you meet those criteria that will be posted later. I know our commissioners talked about wanting to know, and I'm sure the public wanted to know, okay, is there materials? Is this information going to be put out in a way to where I can look at it, read it, digest it, and share it so we can have a better understanding? And yes, that was part of the conversation as well, is getting the materials put up on our UGA website, marketing materials as well, and then working with our police department, our law enforcement brothers to educate the community, not just in mental support, but out in the public on what Wyandotte County is doing to try and prevent you from becoming a felon if you continue down that road. So thank you to all our law enforcement professionals, our district attorney, our chief of police, Sheriff Soptic, Judge Schultz, just everything that you all have done has really been Judge Whitman. Thank you as well. I mean, I know you came in late, but your expertise on just expungements and what DUIs mean has really been valuable. And then to our legal team that did a lot of the heavy lifting, and our Ashley Hand that is working as we speak, I'm sure, to get those marketing materials and that information out to the public. So thank you for that presentation. I'm sure it'll reap great value and be of benefit to people here in Wyandotte County. Thank you so much. That takes us to our next item, which is the community input and discussion session. Clerk, could you read the particulars on that?
Community input and recommendations, public forum to allow citizens to express concerns and present solutions relating specifically and solely to the unified government span of interest and control. Participants will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. Citizens appearing in the municipal office building will be given priority, followed by a limited number of participants who have registered online through the unified government clerk's office. Those who have registered online may not be given an immediate opportunity to participate due to time constraints to be determined by the mayor. If time allows, persons listening online who wish to make comments will be recognized. All interested participants should know that Mayor Garner has also placed a maximum time limit of 45 minutes to host and conclude these discussions. In the interest of time, there should be no exception for the request of participants' guaranteed inclusion to be recognized for participation and comment. Mayor, at this time, we have had no signups here in chambers.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come and participate? Please come to the mic and state your name and address for the record. And anyone else that would like to participate, you're more than welcome to follow
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity. I want to speak about what I spoke about last week because before the meeting closed out, Ms. Townsend had said that they didn't raise the taxes because I talked about how we were redlining it and the appraiser said we were redlined. And he said it affected our appraiser, and Commissioner Davis said it did affect our appraisal, that it was public knowledge. And when I walked in here listening to her talking about discrimination and racism, it brought back something to me that Donald Trump said. I'm not worried about Black people because they don't have no Jesse Jackson anymore and no Martin Luther King. And I said, he don't know the God I serve. He's greater than all those men. I'm not dependent on them. But our community is struggling and suffering. And Ms. Townsend, you said you all wasn't raising our taxes, but you wasn't only raising our taxes once, you was raising them twice based on appraisals that we were discriminated against. And it's very sad to not be able to afford to live in the fancy part of the neighborhood. And it's very sad to be kicked when you're down. The Northeast community, everybody wants to help the Northeast community because everybody knows the condition of the Northeast community. But when I spoke at this meeting with the sheet that the appraiser gave me saying that Strawberry Hills' highest increase on appraisals was 19% and mine was 34%. And then he said down on 18th Street, fancy neighborhood, fancy homes, their highest appraisal was 19%. And then he went to Riverview, what you all call the lesser of us, and raised theirs to 32%. I don't know where that came from. We're the less. God loves us all equally. It's not based on whether I serve him or not. It's not based on whether I love him or not. He loves us all equally. And it is injustice, unfair, and I have not heard from not a one of you commissioners since, I don't know if you probably already knew about it because Commissioner Davis spoke about it at the meeting. So you knew we had already been, they had already violated us, our civil rights. You already knew that. And after I spoke up here, I didn't get not one call from any concerned commissioner. And the community, I have a community meeting once the second Saturday of every month. And the community is saying, look,
ma'am, you have
let
1
the
minute
commissioners know that we want them to stand with us and make right what has happened to the Northeast community. And if they can't, then maybe they should resign because we're humans. We're not animals. We're just poor. We're just not as fortunate as some of you all. And we deserve the same consideration. And you said you didn't raise our taxes, Ms. Townsend, you raised them twice because when you voted, after we had said what we said, you all sit and voted to exceed revenue neutral, knowing that our taxes was going to go up for those crazy appraisals and then for revenue neutral. I mean, I don't know what's happening in this county anymore. I really don't understand it at all. I really don't. I just do not understand what's happening.
Expired.
I know it's injustice, it's unfair, and prosecutor, I'm glad you're here. And I hope they do hear something from you and our community as well. Because if you all not gonna speak up for us and we're not gonna speak up for ourselves as Black people, we'll go back to where we came. That's ridiculous. Martin Luther King gave too much. I was down at the Civil Rights Museum. I looked at the red line and map. It says Kansas and Missouri still doing that today. And they are, and it's shameful. And I listened to what she was saying about Black. The ARPA fund money came, $85 million. Our community shouldn't be in the condition it is. We didn't see any of the money. Where is it? There was a guy here last week want to know where's the money. We all want to know that. We didn't get that money. And it specifically said for Black small business, for Black community to build their neighborhood. Walk, any of you all sitting in here, walk down through my neighborhood and see if you see anything that hasn't been there 30, 40 years. Nothing happened in my neighborhood. No street, no sidewalk, nothing. I mean, it's just shameful the way you all are doing the Northeast area, saying you're trying to help by putting buildings down there to make us pay for it that could be more of a burden to us. You can't build us that way by build up the people and let the people build up the community. I mean, the Northeast community, where are they? They at home, disappointed, discouraged, no hope. You can't drag them down here. For what? They say they're gonna do nothing. They're gonna do what they always do, more of the same thing. They're not gonna listen. They're gonna continue. And they don't have no hope. They put their trust in you all, no hope, no trust, nothing. So we're asking you to consider the human race because we are part of it.
Is there anyone else that would like to come speak? Please list your name and address.
Andrea, Wyandotte County resident. I just want to inform everyone that recently, at least you guys turned off, the lights at Cerner, combined both buildings. You got 4 on and 4 levels in one building, 3 in the other. They're each 8 stories, but the parking lot's still there. We're all footing that bill still. Every one of us. Times are tough. I want to know. I get $914 a month. What would you do? 600 already goes to PPU, and that's me and my kid. That's it. What would you do? How would you make it work?
Hello, my name is Cecilia Mang. Y'all call me Cece. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. Proverbs 29:2. The people of Wyandotte County have been mourning since the start of this unconstitutional unification, without hope of getting rid of those of you who willingly sit in these seats meant for men and women who practice accountability, transparency, and integrity. Instead, most of you willingly took the seat knowing that you had every intention of ignoring and disrespecting the very individuals who provide you with your salaries and the salaries for the people across the street and your so-called administrative arms, insurance benefits, and not to mention your healthy pensions. When you decide to retire and make your seat, make sure your seat goes to a family member, a friend, a business acquaintance, or someone else willing to line up with your agenda that you obviously have to keep raping the people because you don't listen to us. All the people have been able to you ran for office promising to listen to the people you swore to represent. Then you were voted in based on those promises while knowing that you had no intention of upholding your promise to us. You were supposed to take an oath to our Constitution, but then I'm sure you signed an allegiance to the unified government, which would be contrary to the oath that you took. The oath given by office or the oaths given to public officials. This can and should be taken as an allegiance to someone or something other than your country. I think there is a word for that, and you all know what it is. You promised to ignore the people in favor of the unified government. It is against the law to take an oath contrary to our Constitution and to willingly take an oath contrary to that Constitution for a public official should be and is malfeasance. If in fact you all have sworn an allegiance to the unified government, but not our Constitution, your official seat is ill-gotten, illegal, and invalid. It will only be in order for those of you who did this to step down immediately. This is a formal request on the 14th day of September 2023 for any sworn oaths of office by any of you board members, and also your bond numbers and the contact information for the holders of those bonds for all members of this full commission board. Also Gunnar Hands.
Your time has expired.
BPU board members and all acting officers. You should provide this no later than 10 business days. Failure to comply will result in application of late charges in the amount of $100 per day for all items not produced. Sincerely, the people.
My name is Stephanie Scott. I'm a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. My heart is beating so fast, not because I'm nervous, not because I'm afraid, but because my feelings are hurt. I don't know how much money anybody up here makes, but it's listening to the things that I have heard recently. And I don't know a lot. I'm not well versed in any of this, but I make a promise not to you, but to myself, to my children and to my grandchildren. I will, in the months, weeks and months to come, I will know every one of your names. I will know your positions. I don't know how I've been able to stay alive in Wyandotte County, the way it has changed. I go to work every day. Everybody in my family does. I don't know how we pay BP. Oh, forgive me, I am in error. I know exactly how. The only way I have been able to stay alive in Wyandotte County is our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We can't afford anything. It's nothing but the grace of God. I rode down the street because I hand out water to the people of Wyandotte County that can't get water for themselves. I rode down the street last night with tears in my eyes because I live out, not far out, but out by Washington High School. And I don't come down here except for on Sundays when I go to the Great St. John Missionary Baptist Church. And when I come down, the plight, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I don't notice it because I don't go anywhere. I go to work and go home because I can't afford to go anywhere. I can't afford to get a new car. I deserve a new car. I bet everybody, I'm 54 years old. I worked my whole life. And I'm sure somebody would say, well, you know what? Maybe you should have gone to college. I have 10 children. I have college graduates that live in my home. That's not it. It's just terrible the way that we have to live. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so hurt. I'm mad at myself that I don't know.
1 minute remaining.
Gail Townsend and Mike Kane and Tom Burrell. I've heard the name Tyrone Garner. I voted for him and I probably will again. David Johnson. I don't know what any of you do. I've heard the name Andrew Davis. I voted for you as well. Don't know if I should have, but I did. But you know, I am going to pray every day like a mad woman. I don't want anybody to be able to rest that is not doing what you know to be right for us. We should be able to live. Why can't I drive a new car? Why can't I drive a decent car? Why can't I take nice vacations? I mean, I do, but it's not because my county where I pay taxes is good to me. It's just because God is. I'm going to pray because I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody, but I don't want you to sleep. I don't want you to rest. We can't. I don't want anybody to be able to, I don't want me to be able to rest because I want to leave this earth. If I leave next year, I want to be able to leave this word spent because I did all I could to help my people. And I just hate the way some of you all are looking at us like we get on your nerves. It gets on our nerves to not be able to pay our bills and still have money to go to Disney. Even if we say for 10 years, we can't go. It's so terrible, but God bless you all. I will be praying for you.
Hello. My name is Alex Sanchez, 3800 Weaver Court, KCK. You're probably hearing a lot of the same things from everybody that's been speaking. There's a lot of frustration in this county. In the primaries, we had 6.58% turnout. In the general, we're lucky if we get 11%. Why? Because the people of this county feel beat down and they don't have a voice. They come to board meetings like this, whether it's USD 500, KCKCC are here. They speak their piece and they're ignored because what's going to happen is going to happen. Now, the tax situation is ridiculous because we're probably now the highest tax county in the state. Now, we have retired people in our neighborhood that cannot survive unless their family helps pay their bills. So between taxes, BPU, and if they have an automobile, insurance, nobody is cutting it. We're at break point right now. To give you an idea, we purchased our house 6-7 years ago for 75,000. I looked it up today. It's worth 257,000. Are you kidding me? And then I had the ad valorem. So last year versus this year, what we're going to be taxed on has increased $38,500. That's ridiculous. We cannot go to our employers and say, we're not cutting it, we need a raise. But yet the government bodies and the boards in this county seem to think that they can just continue to keep raising taxes over and over again. So what we see is a pattern: raising taxes, raising fees, raising salaries. And it's got to stop. And if you don't believe me, and if you're not believing these people, come with us, come with me, and we'll go door knocking, and we'll talk to the people door to door at their homes and ask them if they want their taxes to continue to be increased. It's not going to happen. I guarantee you, if there was
1
going to be
minute
someone
remaining.
looking over the books, thank you, looking over the books, I guarantee you that you'd be able to find an incredible amount of places to cut and have a budget. Do you even have a balanced budget? Is it even audited? We have to do that every month because most of us are living paycheck to paycheck. So I'm asking you to be responsible and just cut the game of raising taxes, buckle down and act like a business. Because if a business were to operate the way county governments operate, they would be bankrupt and out of business. That's just the bottom line. So I just ask you to be prudent, to be financially responsible. And I bet you, if you dug deep and hard enough, you would probably be able to find ways to be able to cut taxes. I guarantee you. But for whatever reason, session after session after session, the only thing that
Your
people
time
seem to
has
know how to
expired.
do is raise taxes. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public comment here in this audience. Clerk, anyone online?
No hands are raised online.
Okay, that closes the open mic and input session. That takes us to our regular consent agenda. Sorry. Commissioner Townsend, I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. For anyone who wants to know exactly what I said, I would refer you back to the open meeting. And during that time, I think the comment I made was that not one of us up here wants to raise anybody's taxes. We control the mill levy rate. And not one time since I have been a commissioner has that been raised here. What we all pay is a factor of that mill rate, which this body controls, an assessment. I look forward to working with someone in our administration and going to our state legislature and to see what's going on with the assessments. That comes from the state, not from us. So just wanted to make that clear to any and everybody listening. Thank you. Let you know, I'll be happy to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to our regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Davis move to approve.
Markley, second.
I will accept the motions to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, roll call.
Roll call: Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our next item, which is our public hearing agenda. The first item is a hearing on the Home Field Committee Improvement District. I'll ask our legal counsel to make some opening remarks.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to our outside counsel, Todd LaSala, who has worked on this matter.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I believe I have a PowerPoint that we can use. Very quick presentation tonight. What we're going to talk about tonight is something that we've talked about before. It's prescribed in your home field development agreement that we amended this summer. I was back here a month ago or so to set this public hearing tonight to take some actions that are really about follow through on things that were prescribed in that amendment. And as you know, we're in the process of working with underwriters, bond counsel to put a bond package together for home field. These are all steps along the way. So one of the things you will have before you tonight to consider is establishment of a community improvement district for home field. You'll get just a little bit of detail about this tonight. Happy to go as deep as you want, but the area that you see on that map is the home field community improvement district that includes multiple areas and multiple components of the home field project. Among those new project components are the $20 million Big Shots Golf project, a live music and sports arena, 55,000 square feet, the Atlas 9 Museum, first of its kind in our community, which is a partnership with Dimensional Innovations, 30,000 square feet. It's a total of $99 million of new investment in the home field project. The components of the community improvement district are these. There is a 2% add-on CID sales tax that would cover the entire district. And then there are special assessments on various of the pieces that I just talked about. There's a resort fee of $30 per room night for the Margaritaville Resort Hotel, a ticket fee of $2 for admission to the Atlas 9 Museum, and a ticket fee of $2 for each ticket to the arena. These numbers are estimates. It's probably as large a number, that $60 million is as large a number as you could hope for in the bond market today. I'll just tell you straight out, I think it's very unlikely that we get to 60 million. It's likely to be scaled down, but in theory, this is where that money from a community improvement district would go. This is a map that you've seen many times before, but it shows you where the elements of the home field project reside. And I also know that this is important to many of the commissioners, so I'm also going to just very quickly articulate the community benefit provisions that are in this development agreement. You'll remember that this one's got $4.3 million of investments that the developer would make in downtown and historically urban areas. They've got to do that within 3 years. They also agree that the headquarters for home field would be at the site or elsewhere within Wyandotte County. This package also includes discounted admissions to the home field assets that we described, 20% for Wyandotte County residents. They have agreements, you'll recall, that for use of the facilities with the various school districts. They agree to donate 500 tickets annually to UG's Parks and Recs Department for home field outdoor. And the last one is new, relatively new as a part of our amendments last summer, 25% discount to Atlas 9, that museum for Wyandotte County residents. So here are the actions that you're going to be asked to consider tonight. Mostly what I've talked about so far is the home field CID. Tonight, the statute would require, and we've scheduled this, so that you would open a public hearing about this, take any commentary that would be available, then close that public hearing. After that, the commission can decide, consider an ordinance to create that CID and impose the sales tax. If you decide to vote yes for that and go forward, the special assessment component that I was talking about would have to come back to you on September 28th for consideration. Procedurally, we have to do that separately at a later meeting. The other two things that are before you tonight are also follow through from the development agreement, really contemplated from the very beginning of this back in 2020. IRB financing would be used really for the purpose of agreeing on a pilot for two very unique assets, the home field baseball part of the project and home field indoor. So you would have to take those up separately, vote on them separately, but you would be asked tonight to consider voting for industrial revenue bonds for those two components. I'll stop there, offer to answer any questions. The Developers Council, Kurt Peterson, is here tonight if you have any specific questions for them. But I tried to be brief. Mayor, if you want to go deeper any place, we certainly can.
Thank you. We'll circle back. As a point of order, I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments regarding this item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present here today who would like to speak on this item? Please come forward to the podium, be recognized, and you'll be given up to 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, Alex Sanchez, 3800 Weaver Court. I just have one real quick question. What kind of a breaks in tax abatement and for how long of a period are these projects going to be granted? Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone online who'd like to speak on this item?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. If there are no further comments from the public, I will close the public hearing. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if anyone can answer Mr. Sanchez's question.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. The question was, how long are the tax abatements? The IRB program in Kansas is a 10-year program, really commencing when the assets are completed. This one is not really designed to be tax abatement as much as property tax certainty for these assets. So we've agreed on pilot payments for the two components that are before you tonight, but they are not really a function of taking the assessment and then abating it by 25% or 50%. We have agreed on specific numbers for the two assets. So there are pilot payments that are agreed to, and there is an agreed upon schedule for the 10-year period.
Okay. And to clarify, the pilot is not, it's not the BPU pilot. It's a payment that the development is going to pay to unified government during that 10-year period. And then when that, correct me if I'm wrong, once that 10-year period is done, then they will pay the full force of the taxes.
That's right. It's just assessed value at the end of the 10 years, whatever assessed value may be at that time.
Okay.
That's right.
I have a question, Ms.
Yes, I'm sorry.
At the end of that 10-year period, what would that tax revenue to the unified government be? What would that look like? Do we have that number just an instant?
I do have a schedule about the pilots for the 10 years. I would have a hard time telling you what the assessed value would be 10 years from now, but if I could have my slide back up, I think I can show you exactly what the schedule looks like for 10 years. I thought there was a chance we would talk about that, so I did put that here at the end. Those are the agreed upon pilot schedules for the two assets, the home field building, the home field baseball. You are not being asked to consider IRBs for the hotel and home field outdoor tonight. So that third column is not applicable tonight, but those other schedules show you.
I guess to get through the smoke and mirrors of this, what would you normally be paying in property taxes outside of that pilot schedule? Do you have that number?
Yeah, I don't know. Mayor.
Based on today's actual evaluations. And I guess the other question would be, if you were to compare that to what you're actually paying in the pilot, what would that percentage be if you were to come up with just kind of an estimate on what that abatement actually looks like in comparison to what you normally would pay as opposed to what the pilot schedule would allow?
Yeah, Mayor, these were designed and negotiated to be what we thought assessed value would be for the two assets. So the answer is, at least theoretically, 100%. So I don't know specifically what the assessor might do with these assets, But in looking at comparable assets, they are supposed to be 100%. And it's really about providing the developer certainty for the 10 years, given the unique quality of those two assets.
I get that. Let me phrase my question differently. Do you know the assessed value of that property?
No,
With
I
those
do not
buildings?
today, no.
Have you all done any type of just estimations of what that appraised value would be upon completion?
When we did this, I can tell you that in 2020, when we were talking about baseball in the building, there was analysis about what would comparable baseball assets look like. And so 2 or 3 years ago, when these were originally negotiated, the answer is yes, we did look at that assessed value. Do I remember that with specificity tonight? I'm afraid I don't. I'm sorry.
I think the public's interest, just kind of in line with the gentleman that came up, is what are you supposed to be paying? And then if you were to equate that to what the incentives are, what would that be as opposed to this agreed upon pilot schedule? Because I think some of the concerns historically going back to the unified government prior to me becoming mayor is of giving away the farm. And when you talk about tax increases and you can say, oh, assessed values go up, this is part of the reason why assessed values go up, because developers come in and they don't pay their fair share. And then average everyday people have to pay that. And then we get into the revenue neutral discussion, which allows every municipality, every tax entity in the state of Kansas, no matter whether evaluations go up, the state of Kansas through the truth law that is there, which is revenue neutral, has given governing bodies the potential to say, we don't care how much the valuation goes up. We can go revenue neutral. And if we don't go revenue neutral, we can at least control the mill levy rate in a way that does not allow for excessive tax increases on our residents. That is totally controlled by governing bodies. And then you relate that back to these development agreements, which I'm totally in support. So don't take that as that I'm not. But I've always said that we need to make sure that we're doing everything as a unified government, that we're investing taxpayers' money in these developments, and hopefully they're sustainable. But then also, if you want to come in our community and have these great products, number one is we want to make sure that Wyandotte County people are getting these jobs, number one. And then number two, that whoever these developers are that come in here and wanting these developments on the backs of taxpayers, that they're paying their fair share, and that the taxpayers of Wyandotte County can see a return on that investment in a way that is fair and equitable, that offsets these tax increases over the years that we've seen, that I've watched even before I became mayor, have a profound questionable impact on our taxpayers and these people that have been begging for tax relief. And that is a concern that I'm picking up for tonight, and I picked up everywhere I go in this community. So I get what you're saying, but it would be good to just have some numbers to compare with on what this pilot means as opposed to if you were to pay, how that compares. Like, I guess if you were to pay full property taxes based on estimates on the valuation of that property, which you can get, I know you can get it. And then how that would equate if you didn't do this pilot, how that would reflect to the overall percentage of incentives that is reflective in this pilot in compared to what you would be paying.
Yeah, Mayor, I hear you. What I would tell you about that is we did study what other comparables would look like 3 years ago. These numbers, with the caveat that we adjusted baseball when it went from 10 fields to 8, these numbers were agreed to 3 years ago and approved by this body 3 years ago. So at that time, I think we had command of exactly what those numbers were. This thing is carried over from agreements we made 3 years ago.
And I that's my point.
Yeah,
Is
I
that as
understand.
mayor, I got elected with the message that people are sick and tired of being sick and tired of giving away the farm, and that anybody that comes in here has to pay their fair share. And it bothers me when I can't get numbers as mayor that, I don't have that. I mean, if you're coming before me in this body, I would hope that somebody somewhere could say, here's the numbers, here's the facts, here's the information, here's the equivalent. And because we want businesses to be successful in Wyandotte County, that's the whole point. I mean, businesses are in business to make money and get a return on your investment as well. But as the mayor in this governing body, we've got to make sure that the people of Wyandotte County also get a fair and equitable return on their investment in property taxes and jobs and in access to those types of resources that are out there. So, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you, Mr. LaSalla. The CID portion. And first of all, I want to thank you and your colleagues for answering a number of questions that were brought forward during the Economic Development Committee. The question I have, and I think is something new that we were dealt with, was the CID. And is this the part of the CID that is paying for the pilot, basically?
Paying for the pilot.
The CID is going towards the tax deferral or is
This-
that the
this-
IRBs?
Right, it's IRBs that
Okay.
have to do with the agreed upon pilots for the two assets. That's really IRBs. The CID is separate. The CID is add-on sales tax that is not already there. 2% of add-on sales tax and 2% assessments that is really about ticket fees and resort fees. So
Well, thanks for that clarification. I do remember the IRBs being used for
Right.
the taxing portion, the pilot program. The CID, the reason why I wanted to bring that up is I think it's important that the people of this community realize that this project has used every financial tool they can to come to fruition. And it has almost priced them out in what they're putting on to even those that may want to come and visit. When you start talking about a $30 per person per charge at the resort, when you start talking about the $2 ticket fees, and you start talking about the $4 million they're putting into the community, those things nearly price themselves out of a development. But some of that cost is being bore through the IRB process. In fact, they're not having to pay sales tax on construction products, and you're covering that pilot over the 10 years through the IRB.
right. As you know, we had robust conversations
Yes, we
about
did.
this in your committee. And if Mr. Peterson were up here, what he's going to tell you is that their pro forma is razor thin on certain areas. And that without those agreements about pilots or without these CIDs, these things will not happen. That's what he would tell you.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion. Sorry, Commissioner McKiernan.
No, Mayor, I was reading your mind. I move to create the Community Improvement District, levy sales tax, impose special assessments, and issue the CID bonds known as the home field community. That's number 1 of 3.
I just want to, for the record, I did close the public hearing, so I just want to make that for the record. And we do have a motion.
Markley, second.
We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call, please.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Clarification on the motion, our Commissioner McKiernan, did you move approval of?
Letter A in your
Just A.
agenda. Yes,
Okay.
just A. They have to be considered separately.
Okay, thank you. Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Second item for this project is approval of an ordinance authorizing the issuance of industrial revenue bonds for the home field baseball project. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, how can we break out the amount of monies that are being used to pay down the pilot through the IRBs? Is there a chance that we could do that? That is something that we have never done before that I'm aware of as a commissioner. And I know it's a new item that is being proposed to us. It's not that I have concerns about it. It's that our community's reputation risk is, should these go into default,
it doesn't, the monies don't fall back on us, but our reputation is out there, could be impacted if there's a default on those. So help me with that.
Sure. This is a good question that you have probed before. And I know you're making the point that industrial revenue bonds are very different than the bonds we take out there to the public and sell publicly. So the answer to the question ultimately is there is no risk to the reputation of the unified government. There is no risk to our bond rating because the industrial revenue bonds are really used purely as a vehicle to make this agreement about property tax, in some cases abatement, in this case, that pilot schedule. So in this case, they will flow through, the developer will buy their own bonds, and there is no risk publicly, zero.
Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification. You put the pilot schedule up on year one
Yeah. Can we have that?
property tax payments with the pilot schedule is $1 million. Am I doing my math correctly?
If you include,
All three together.
if you include all three together, that is correct.
So $1 million in property tax being paid to, and that's gonna be across the taxing entities.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank
It'll
you.
Flow through in the same way.
We collect it, but then we disperse it.
I want to be honest about that. There is a possibility that these start at different times. So it's year one for
Right.
each of the, it's possible
Right.
that, you know, we're going to take the home field outdoor themed hotel is likely to occur later.
Right.
So it may not all occur at the same
Year
time. but-
one of that item.
Right. But when you go to say year 5 and they're all on this
Then
schedule,
it's, yeah.
those numbers will be.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Exactly.
I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate the question.
Commissioner Stikes?
Hey, Todd, before you sit down.
I'm getting a lot of exercise
What's
tonight.
that property currently paying in property taxes?
It's very nominal. Right. There's there's
Not $1 million,
nowhere close.
not even close to $1 million.
No, nowhere close.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you pull that back up? I have a question. That last slide. I guess so over the total of 10 years, I'm not good at math. Maybe you
Oh,
could
man,
help
I'm
me
not
out
gonna
with
do
that.
You're gonna ask lawyers to do math. At the
Yeah, what would that
podium.
be? I guess total, what are we looking at? Is that about $11 million?
Is that right, Kevin? I'm looking back there for help. There's no help anywhere. I would have to sit here and do the math, but
About $11 million, I would guesstimate.
yeah, that's close to right. That's
Okay,
very
so-
close to right.
And what is the total projected cost of this project?
They're now what are you, 6? Kurt Peterson's telling me $250 million among these three components.
On those. So I think I heard some point of like a 800 million.
Yeah, there is a huge number when you, and this is three components. There's a whole bunch of other things that are not on that slide, including Live Nations, including the Atlas 9, and there are a bunch of other components. I think all in, when you look at the entire thing and not just these three things, it's close to 800.
But that's what you would be paying is the 11 million for all those other things as well.
No. Those other things, when it comes to the arena or Atlas 9 or Big Shots Golf, they're just on the tax rolls at whatever assessed value is.
On another.
That's
Okay.
right.
So
That's right.
11
It's really just this, Mayor, the deal, the Arabies and the deal, if you will, the certainty is about these three assets only.
Okay, so about 11 million on about what was that?
I think he said 250, did you say 250? $250 million for these three components.
Okay. Over a 10-year period.
That's correct. Okay. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Should I sit down now?
Maybe, maybe
Okay,
not.
Maybe.
Okay. Any further questions from our commission? Commissioner Stites?
Yeah, Stites District 7. So Administrator Johnston, when you got here, you passed out a book. And I'm gonna reference this book again, and I can't remember the name of it. If you would, tell me what it is.
Economic development is still not for amateurs.
If everybody was doing this, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? This isn't easy. This isn't easy to put all these things together and figure out, our way out. And if you guys have watched our budget meetings, which I know you all have, you know that for us to get sales tax dollars generated out here so that we can look at getting this mill levy under control. And so the things that we need to be able to do, we need to be able to build and bring people into our community. They need to eat, they need to be pay for entertainment. And I believe with everything that we've going through the ED&F subcommittee is that they've done everything they possibly can to get us there. They've worked hard. We've worked with them. We've asked what they can do to put for our community, our schools, the discounted rates. And these guys have done a lot for our community and are still willing to do a lot more. So I just think, I didn't hear it. So I was just interrupted, sorry. But I mean, I think that whenever we look at this in a way that the pilot, I don't like the name pilot for one, right? Because it gets misconstrued as like it's the BPU pilot. It's not. It stands for, it's a payment in lieu of their taxes. It's just another form of them paying their taxes, but it's called a pilot. They are paying taxes on to the tune of $1 million year 1 or 2 or 3, whatever it starts out over the next 10 years. And then at the end of that period, it goes to its regular value, right? So I don't want that to get lost in all the discussion. Mayor, I appreciate, asking the questions and how this looks and because those questions need to be answered. People need to understand what they're getting. What's like you say, the ROI, what's the return? And I think the ROI on this project heavily outweighs our investment. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't disagree with anything you said, Commissioner Stites. It's just, again, I think part of my commitment to the people of Wyandotte County, especially those that have told us time and time again, and I go to a lot of places in this community in all 4 corners. I have yet to go to one place in this community where people have not complained about their property tax or their BPU pilot or their fees. I mean, please, if you can find one person that says, I'm fine with my property taxes, keep raising them, please show me who that person is, because I can tell you everywhere I go, and I'm out somewhere every single day in this community. If you don't believe me, you can come with me and follow my schedule. And everywhere I go, it's like clockwork. People attack me sometimes because they think I'm at fault for raising their taxes when I don't even vote on raising anybody's taxes. I don't have a vote. And I have to answer those hard questions, and sometimes I don't have an answer for them other than get a hold of your commissioners. Part of my responsibility is to make sure that the people of Wyandotte County, I want to make sure that we support investment in our community, but the main thing is we got to make sure that it's responsible when we talk about incentives and the types of things that we've done. Because I think part of the problem, and I could be wrong, I've talked to people a lot smarter than me that have looked at practices over the last 2 or 3 decades and said, we've given too much away in incentives that have caused property valuations to go up. And the average everyday hardworking person is paying for that to this day. And you've got individual industry people that have millions of dollars. Some people told me it's corporate welfare that didn't need all that. And they pay very little. And it's on the backs of our taxpayers. Part of this conversation and debate is just trying to ask the right questions to make sure that this commission and this public at least is informed and hopefully can feel comfortable that, that whoever it is, home field, I don't support it. I think home field, could be a great thing for Wyandotte County. We want it to be successful because it's here and you go out there and look. But any developer that comes in, that there is a good return on investment and that they are paying their fair share because we have to expand our tax base. If we keep giving away the farm, like some people told me, my fears is that people are going to move up. They're going to take their hard-earned tax dollars with them to areas where the mill rate isn't as high and they've got a lot more resources and amenities that they can be proud of. And I don't want that for our community. I don't want people being taxed into poverty, homeless, or out of Wyandotte County. And I want to make sure the developers that come in here, if they are given incentives, they want to pay their fair share. And I don't want them coming here and saying, well, if you don't give me the farm, I'm not going to come to your community. That tells me that you don't want to be a good neighbor. You're looking out for your self-serving business interests as well as wanting to come in here and provide something great for Wyandotte County and being a good neighbor. And that's the concern that I have. And that's the fight that I'm going to continue fighting for all those people that love Wyandotte County and those people that have been begging for tax relief. So no, that the public comment is closed, ma'am. I'm sorry. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you. I move to approve item B on the request for action, the issuance of industrial revenue bonds for the home field baseball project.
Okay, as a point of order, is there any further commission comments or questions? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call. Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. The final item for this project is approving an ordinance authorizing the issuance of industrial revenue bonds for the home field training facility. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve item C on the request for action, the issuance of industrial revenue bonds for the home field training facility.
Johnson.
There's a motion and a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call. Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our standing committee's agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution authorizing amendments to the Kansas Speedway Development Agreement. This item is for adoption of a resolution authorizing amendments to that development agreement. It was heard by the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee chaired by Commissioner Tom Burrows. And I'll ask Commissioner Burrows to open up the conversation.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe Mr. Warren can explain it. The committee voted unanimously to push it forward as blue sheeted item for tonight's discussion. We had it prior to tonight's meeting, so those that were in attendance already have a majority of the information.
Pat Warren, president of Kansas Speedway. 25 years ago, approximately, Lisa France Kennedy, who's the granddaughter of the founder of NASCAR, came before this community and made a pledge to invest $100 million at the time, which would be $185 million today, in private funds from our parent company at the time, International Speedway Corporation, into Western Wyandotte County to build Kansas Speedway. Since that time, Kansas Speedway, NASCAR, who has merged with ISC, the company that made the pledge at the time that Lisa was president of, has lived up to every single promise it's made. We made a commitment in 1998 that we would ask NASCAR to bring its Premier Cup Series, the top form of motorsports in the United States, to Kansas City, Kansas, and to Wyandotte County. And we did that starting in 2001. We've done it every year since. In 2011, we added a second date, and we've done that every year since. And so now, as our sport's celebrating its 75th year of motorsports in the United States, and an industry that was really built on the veracity of the word of the France family, in many cases, where they would go into a handshake deal with a track developer or someone else. And then when the developer lived up to their word, they would take those races back to the communities year after year after year. We're here today asking for an amendment to the development agreement to allow us to potentially run a race at Iowa Speedway, which was built after our development agreement was signed in 2008 by an independent developer, not related to us or NASCAR. When that developer struggled in 2013, NASCAR bought the property. In 2019, NASCAR and ISC merged. ISC again was the company that paid the initial pledge to Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. And now Iowa Speedway sits within a 250-mile radius of our track, which presents a problem for our development agreement. And so we're here today asking for an amendment to the development agreement that would allow us to potentially put races at Iowa Speedway of NASCAR's National Series. And we are continuing the same pledge that began in 1998, reiterated in 2011, to continue to bring races back to this community year after year.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I just have a question that I think maybe our team is going to have to answer. The amendment to the agreement was given to us for our packets tonight after the 5 o'clock special economic development and finance committee meeting. But what I would like to have is the original development agreement. And I'm thinking that our staff is going to have to provide that, but it's just for the record. I would like the original agreement delivered. And I have no problem with the amendment that's being requested, but I am making a request for the original agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do any other members have comments or questions? Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I am not fully understanding why are we wanting to include the Iowa Speedway? For what reason?
NASCAR purchased the track in 2013. We merged with NASCAR in 2019. We're in the process right now as an industry. It's not my responsibility. It's not something I'm doing. I'm sort of the tail of the dog in this case. But we're in the process of trying to set our schedule for the 2024 season. And there's a possibility that Iowa Speedway could be a part of that. And that's why we're here tonight. It's to give our industry the flexibility if it needs to potentially run a race there.
Okay.
And that's, if I can say one more thing, the reason that we're going through this process in a rushed fashion, for lack of a better term, that it's been expedited is that we are very close to announcing that schedule and needing to announce that schedule. And it's something that on the current path would occur before this body meets again. I'm not saying that's going to occur definitely because there are other pieces and parts moving, but that's the current plan.
Okay. I guess I'm understanding. I'm halfway understanding, halfway not understanding. So if races are chosen to go to Iowa Speedway, then those aren't races that'll be here at the Kansas Speedway, correct? Or
No.
just,
No, it's not. In fact, we're making the same commitment we've always made. We've expanded that commitment because the original commitment in 98 was to try to secure a single race. This amendment says 2 for the duration of the development agreement. So we're actually making a firmer commitment, which is warranted given the change in circumstances between then and now. But there's not a correlation between or any connection between the two in terms of races that will be here and a potential race at Iowa.
I don't know if it's just me and it's been a long day. It's my brain is not braining. I'll need to sit with this and just read it, but because I wasn't here for the 5 o'clock or the 5 o'clock meeting. I was upstairs. I didn't get a chance. I came at the tail end of the meeting, so I wasn't here for the full presentation and discussion amongst the committee members. I'm just having issue with the necessity. That's where I'm not understanding the agreement, the necessity for the amendment.
It's a request on behalf of NASCAR in order to give our industry the flexibility if it chooses to do so. And I don't know that this is going to happen. But to potentially run a race at Iowa Speedway as soon as 2024. And it's something that our schedule process involves negotiations with other racetrack owners. We own many of our own tracks, 13. Not all of those run Cup Series races, but it involves negotiations with other track owners. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as an example, is owned by Roger Penske. Pocono Raceway is owned by a different family. And so there are different track ownership groups, and our people who manage the schedule negotiate with all those folks, plus groups right now like the city of Chicago, who's running a street course race. And so there are moving pieces and parts that if a race may not work in one location, the reason I'm here is because we're seeking the flexibility to add a location where we could potentially move a date, still fulfill our agreements on, fulfill our obligations under the broadcast agreements to run X number of races, 36-point races in our points races, or regular season races in our case. And, you know, we're frankly sort of standing on the history of living up to all of our commitments here in the hope that we can amend the agreement.
Okay. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But I do agree with the comment of what Commissioner Bynum. The original development agreement predates all of us on this commission. And I can tell you, I don't know what that DA says, what the original agreements were, what you could say the promises made between the Kansas Speedway and the unified government. So I think I would second Commissioner Bynum's request of getting a copy of the original DA and an analysis of it, just so that I just have a clear mind of what we're dealing with, because I personally do not feel comfortable voting for something that I'm not fully understanding. And not having full knowledge of the original agreement. That's just me. And so I will try to understand. Thank you.
Jeff Conway, legal. I would say, rather than pulling out that agreement and going through it line by line, I think the intent was, and we tried to just grab that language and bring it over. So that language that you see there is simply mirroring the operative language out of the development agreement of using good faith and commercially reasonable efforts to secure races and to maximize the utilization of the total project. That's borrowed exactly from the original development agreement. So it's restating and reinforcing that original commitment that they had. And I can get you the full development agreement as well. I don't know if the vote is going to hinge on that or not, but I can certainly provide that.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Let's see if I can help with this, Mr. Warren. The contract says you can't have a competing race within the 250-mile contract outside the one that's already in the agreement. Right. And the fact that you acquired this new track is within that 250-mile boundary by, I'm going to say probably 15, 18 miles. And so NASCAR has purchased that track and they want to put a race there because there's other facilities that have closed. And the potential of putting one there is what will occur if we agree to allow that amendment to our agreement.
Yes, the one thing I would say is that NASCAR acquired the property prior to the merger, which is why we're here today. Had International Speedway Corporation, our old parent company, done it, we would have had to come to you before we acquired the property.
So we're not changing anything except putting in an agreement to allow a new raceway or a newer raceway into the fold within the 250-mile radius.
That's correct.
And we have been good partners for the last 20-some years. And you have upheld your word to Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, to have 2 races in Wyandotte County. We're going to hold you to that. And we do appreciate the fact that you've come forward and been as transparent through all the questions that we've asked of you this evening. But if I may, I really think that anytime we can help the industry grow and be a part of a process that has created a good partner for us, then I think that's a good move for the community as well as for the industry.
Thank you. I can tell you that spirit of partnership goes both ways, and we're proud to be members of the Wyandotte community, Kansas City, Kansas community, and we're proud of what, we started in Western Wyandotte County in conjunction with the state and the unified government.
I'd just like to reiterate, we have 2 races, and I hope to continue to have 2 races. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone has 3.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. The light bulb went off. Now I understand what the amendment is and what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Stites motion to approve.
McKiernan, second.
There's a motion and a second for approval. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. It takes us to the administrator's agenda. The first item under this agenda is a presentation from the fire department regarding the annual Muscular Dystrophy Association campaign. I'll turn it over to Chief Rubin for the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator, I've got some really good news for you. I brought a couple of colleagues along. One of our best captains, he's here somewhere. I was hoping he's going to stand up. Captain Thad from our Fire Station 14 happens to be the treasurer of the International Association of Firefighters and is one of the members that have done a tremendous amount of work to bring some really good news to you tonight, as well as we have our assistant chief that is now directly responsible for DEI. I thought since he's here, I'd introduce him. I do believe that we have a quick, about 1.5 minute video clip. If we could roll that, and then I think Captain's going to say a few words.
So this is what's commonly known as Fill the Boot. The IAFF, our overall organization, partnered with the MDA back in 1954 as their charity of choice. And since then, every Labor Day weekend, firefighters stand on the corner and collect money to go to muscular dystrophy. 100% charity. So all the money that's collected from the citizens, we collect as an organization and send directly to the MDA. So it actually originated in Boston. There was a member there that was suffering or had a family member suffering from muscular dystrophy. And the IAFF made the proclamation, like I said, in 1954, to make this our charity of choice. And it's been that way for going on 69 years now. Weather's perfect. We hope that community involvement's great, as it has been in the past. Last year alone here in KCK, we raised almost $28,000 that went directly back to the MDA.
So Captain Lorenzen is one of those that protects us as well as does some tremendous community work. Captain Lorenzen, would you say a few words?
Thank you. Again, my name is Thad Loritz and I'm the Treasurer Secretary for Local 64. Basically, what we wanted to present tonight, and thank you to the fire department for putting this together. And I think Chief Rubin was the one that recommended that we put that film together, and it turned out pretty well. Jeff Lane was the speaker in that. We've been going out every year for the last 70 years and collecting. The International Association of Firefighters made this their charity of choice. One things that we wanted that I've learned since I've been involved with it is the MDA doesn't just cover muscular dystrophy, although that's a major part of it. There are 40 neuromuscular diseases that are covered under the the MDA, the association, and each of those benefit from the money that's raised that we raise locally. This year, we raised little over $25,200. All of that's donated to the MDA Association. And because KU is our regional site, it's our regional care center, all of that money stays locally. In 2022, $90,000 was given directly to the care centers at KU for muscular dystrophy patients and others with neuromuscular diseases. Also in 2022, due to, KU was given a $1.6 million grant for research. And due to that research, the FDA finally approved an ALS drug that was released in 2022. And as some of you know, we had a captain, very good friend of mine, James Sparks, who passed away 4 years ago from ALS. This drug would have hopefully benefited him in improvement and lengthening of his life. So we're very proud to be associated with this association. It's all 100% charity, and we thank you for allowing us to do that.
Thank you, Chief. Item number 2 is an update from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department regarding new initiatives. I'll ask Chief Oakman. He'll make that presentation as he comes to the podium.
Well, good evening again, commissioners and mayor and county administrator. I'll be very quick and brief. Just want to give you an update on some of the things that we were doing. I know we were talking earlier about recruiting, and I believe law enforcement as well as police department needs to do a better job really communicating all the great things that we're doing in the community. So, quick. And we talked about this earlier on our sworn, we have 333 right now. We're down about 40 positions, but we do see we're a little optimistic that we will be increasing our staff, because there's a lot of things we want to do with that added staff. And then calls for service. Last year, we did 125,000 calls for service. And what's interesting about this is only 4,800 of those resulted in arrests, which means about 3.8% of our calls actually result in someone going to jail. And then of our arrests, of that 4,800, only 585 required any type of use of force. And that could be anything from a basic thing like a wrist lock or having to take someone to the ground. So that 96% of our calls did not require use of force. And so this is last year. Our homicides were down 24% last year. Our rapes were down 5%, aggravated batteries down 5%, aggravated assaults down 5%, burglaries down 5%. Now, year to date, now keep in mind, those numbers were reductions from 2022 compared to 2021. Now, these are reductions compared to the reductions we had in 2022. So we're down homicides 38%. This time last year in 2022, we had 29 homicides. Right now we have 18. Rapes are down 39%. Aggravated batteries are down 45%. Aggravated assaults down 15%. Robbery down 15%, and burglaries down 15%. And this is as of September 1st. And then this is important, our cold case squad, which we started in January of 2022. So after a year, we've identified suspects in 11 cold cases dating back to 1979. detectives are conducting further investigation to determine which cases can be submitted for criminal charges. We're working hand in hand with DA Dupree's people over there. We've sent 3 cases over there that they're reviewing. And the way that process works is we have a pretty good relationship, so we can get cases that people not only are going to get charged, but they can get convicted. And so DA Dupree's prosecutors work with our detectives to make sure that we get everything we need from an evidential standard to make sure we get a good case so we can submit it. Now talk about real quick, fentanyl. We've heard about it, our overdoses. 2022 compared to 2023, as you can see, they're going up, but there is some good news. If you look at juveniles, last year we had 16 that overdosed, and so far year to date we have 16, but none of them have died. And some of that is due to Narcan, other is due to our extensive fentanyl education that we're doing throughout Wyandotte County, all the schools, the colleges, to make sure that we're putting a dent in that. Now, KCK is known throughout the state and the metro for our innovative way of approaching fentanyl, and I'm going to show you some of those results. So what we do is every detective is required to respond on every overdose, whether they pass or survive. Now, why that's important is because we start that process of finding out where that fentanyl tablet or powder came from. We track that overdose to the dealer supplier. We work with DA Dupree's office to make sure that we get search warrants and investigations that lead to prosecution. And one of the things we've gotten from those search warrants, it's given us the ability. We've done 49 search warrants and vehicle takedowns and have gotten 378,000 pills and 50 pounds of powder. This is just since January of 2023. And we've also recovered 239 illegal firearms have been recovered out of these fentanyl search warrants. And this is something that Wyandotte County, and still I want to give kudos to DA Dupree's office. We were the first in the metro to actually charge someone, a suspect, for a death on an overdose death. So far, we have 19 suspects in some different process of being charged for that. And when you look at these 50 pounds and the 378 pills, that's equivalent to 8 million lethal doses of fentanyl that we've taken off the streets since January. And then our CIT, our crisis intervention team, and like I said, some of this, I think you have the PowerPoint, but one thing we're looking at adding is a juvenile co-responder that will deal with just juveniles that are in mental health crisis. So we're looking at adding that to our other 2 co-responders. And then community policing stayed busy in 2022 with all the different events that they've done. And then our PAL, our driver's education program, which some of you know about, it's up to about 180 kids now. Only one in the country where police officers are trained driver instructors. And we get a lot of accolades throughout the country on departments that want to copy our program. And these are just a few things that we've done. Our ID program, our Code Case Squad, our NIBIN, our risk for retaliation, which has also helped us with our reduction in violent crime, as well as our fentanyl. What we found out was where we had the violence attached to crack cocaine, we're seeing that with fentanyl. And that's directly accounts for some of our decreases in violent crime. And these are just some of our initiatives. We do a peace walk every year. Our community open houses, we've done 3 this year, East Patrol, South Patrol, and West Patrol. We did our last crime reduction cookout with the sheriff's department at Emerson Park last Saturday, and we're doing City Park in October. And then where I have increased cameras and LPRs. So this is really exciting. We're rolling out, if you go to our website, you can see it. It's called KCK Connect, where every member of the community can sign up and register their video cameras to help, and those will pump through our real-time crime center. Now, we're not gonna tap into your cameras. It's just that if there's a crime in your neighborhood, we'll have a register knowing that, this house has surveillance cameras and they're willing to share that footage with us to help solve that crime. And then just continue our impact squads. Some good news is we got the largest grant in KCK, $3.5 million to add 12 officers that will be involved in community engagement, high visibility patrol. Something else we're doing whenever we have a shooting or a homicide in a neighborhood for 48 hours through our CBCR grant, we're putting officers in that neighborhood. And oftentimes the shooting or the homicide may not have anything to do with the block. It may be an individual disagreement, but it still makes our residents feel comfortable if we're in that area, showing them that we're concerned, we're here to help, and also to give victim assistance. And also something else that we're getting done, the ATF has just committed to giving us 4 agents so we can start a illegal gun squad here in KCK. So pretty excited about that, as well as our gun crime intelligence grant. Hopefully in the next month and a half, we'll be in the process of installing gunshot detection around the city, which will be pumped through our real-time crime center. And our new website, which we launched in March. That's about it. We did a self-defense class in July. We're going to do another one in late fall. And then our football camp every year where we had about 200 kids out there this year. So that's it. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Takes us to item number 3, our district attorney. It's an update from our Wyandotte County District Attorney, Mark Dupree. I'll turn it over to him for the presentation.
Thank you. And I know all eyes are on me, and I will move faster than the chief did. Having said that, I would give him kudos as he's walking out. He has absolutely brought the spirit of collaboration to this office, and his detectives and his brass have sat down multiple times with my office and leaderships and my deputies to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to get the bad folks off the street and get them locked up. So kudos to KCKPD. It's about collaboration. It's about making sure that the community and safety is first. And this is just a screenshot of all of the different collaborative ways that we are working in your community with the schools, with our sheriff's department, our police department, and all other law enforcement, the organizations that are out here trying to make sure crime is down. So year to date concerning cases, and I'll just throw some numbers at you. This year to date, we've had 1,166 adult criminal cases that we filed. I'll tell you that in previous years, we get up to about 1,500 to 1,600 criminal cases. So right now, I'm suspecting that we will indeed reach that level, at least 1,400. SYNC cases is 131. SYNC stands for Child in Need of Care. That's your cases where abuse and neglect is the case, or making a determination on if we need to take the child out of the home. And then 132 juvenile cases. With that, about 65% of The cases that we have are quality of life crimes, which also includes drug crimes. The majority of our cases, not just here, but across the country, are those quality of life crimes. Then you have your 35% that make up our violent crimes, your rape, your assaults, and so on and so forth. I will tell you that quite a bit of those, that 35%, as stated kind of earlier when we're dealing with drugs, in some way has some type of drug involvement, whether it's fentanyl, whether it's intent to distribute, and so on and so forth. Our office, we handle cases from all of these different agencies, our KCKPD, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville. There's multiple task force that include the KBI, FBI, DEA, and all of these agencies send cases through our office to try to make sure we can get the folks across the board. So we have a wide net of folks who we receive cases. Just real quickly, our Wyandotte County Expungement Fair, this is, I believe, was the 5th year that we did this. We had 115 folks sign up for expungement. Expungement is the process to allow individuals to get their record cleared if they have paid their restitution, paid their debt to society, finished their probation and or prison sentence, and they get an opportunity to request that from a judge. The judge then reviews all of the statutory obligations and see if they were fulfilled, and if so, then they will be allowed to have that record cleared. It's also important to note that if you're over the age of 23, the last study showed that 1 in 3 Americans have a criminal record and are an arrest record. I think that's important to note because when we say expungement and criminal record, a lot of people think, oh, those criminals. No, the fact is you say 1, 2, 3, I'm not going to do it up here, but point is there's a lot of folks in this country who have criminal records. So this expungement fair is amazing. We are thankful to the Kansas City, Kansas Community College, to the Kansas Legal Services, the Unite KC, for joining in with us to bring this opportunity to Wyandotte County to make sure that our citizens have the opportunity to get what is obligated for them. We also have our alternative courts that we have worked heavily with the district court in creating our veterans court. Judge Henry has been amazing in making that happen. Our youth court, it's important to note that our youth court goes through our schools right now. Our pilot is Wyandotte High School as well as Schlagle High School, and we are working and expanding into Piper and Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. And one of those individuals that was a part of our youth court just got hired on at the DA's office. And so she's excited to be a participant in real life. And so we also have our behavioral health court and then our traffic, criminal and drug DUI diversion program. Our diversion programs, before I go to this slide, is something that gives individuals an opportunity to make better decisions, to say, you know what, I made a mistake. It was silly. I'm sorry. Give me an opportunity to get my record right and to do what's right. And as I stated earlier, they have an opportunity to sign up for that diversion across the board. Usually it's low-level felonies, possession and traffic and DUIs, depending on what number it is. They pay a fine or a fee, and then we would monitor them for a year. And if they do well, we've expanded that throughout the last couple of years, specifically on our lower level possessions to give folks an opportunity to have that diversion on their record. We get out into the community and we stay connected and stay involved. Our community liaison board, our faith-based liaison board, these are boards that give the community an opportunity to connect with their DA individually. Every quarter, we meet with all of these folks to give them an opportunity to meet with us. Before COVID, we would sit down in the office with some cookies and water, and we have now gone to Zoom. I've tried to pull them back in, but they tell me, DA, we're not coming to your office, we're staying in our home. So we still meet on Zoom quarterly. One of the new boards that we have created is the Victims Liaison Board, and that board is to give opportunities for past victims and survivors of crime in our community to be able to come and educate the criminal justice system on ways that we could better support them. We've also connected with many organizations within our region who work with survivors of crime that will participate with this board and again, meet with me quarterly to figure out ways that we can better serve those who have come through the system. We have continued to do outreach via Facebook, Instagram, the X, also known as or formerly known as Twitter. the DA perspective, you will get an email. I've sent the link to the DA's perspective. The most recent episode was concerning fentanyl. I won't go into all of what the chief said, but ultimately fentanyl is a real big issue. I met yesterday with the FBI and the DEA and KBI concerning this issue. So everyone is working across the board. We partnered with Captain Diaz and KCKPD to create this video, an educational video that was sent out to all of the schools, and those schools sent them out to all of the students to make sure that they knew what was going on and hopefully educate them moving forward. The growth and transition, we're excited that the DA's office is an amazing office, but with that comes folks who say enough is enough. So we've had multiple folks retire. Roger was one of them that spent 30 years with KCKPD and then spent 13 years with us and recently retired. And then career advancements. You've seen Judge Whitman that that became a judge. I was about to say you all stole from me, but she was excited to leave and became a judge. And then we have Judge Alcarez, who's the first African-American female district court judge from Wyandotte County. She left the office to go put on the robe. And we've had others who left our office to federal opportunities. And with that caused us to do a lot more recruitment and expanding. We're at different fairs now, and we're recruiting out there. We're going to the different universities, both in law schools and undergrad, and trying to make sure that we get our numbers back up. I tell you, we did get a big hit during the COVID years, but we are slowly but surely climbing so that we can make sure we fulfill our statutory obligation of prosecuting all our cases. And lastly, I want to make sure that I give you an update in concern of the digitizing and archiving project that you all funded. That project is number one, it's still on time. The goal was 6 to 18 months. Just a quick rundown, the estimated boxes when I came before you all was 4,000. After they finished cleaning out that old jail upstairs, we had 4,607 boxes. They began actually scanning in February of 2023. As of today, they have 13,097 boxes scanned, which is equivalent to about 10,700 files scanned in. Our staff right now is receiving training from the folks who are doing the scanning in with that software so that we can have the ability to search every day and begin to review those files. And I'll end with the project is on schedule. So thank you all for allowing us to do that. And the files are not in our control. They're all away getting scanned in right now. And that is all. Be blessed. And I will take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to thank you, Mr. Dupree, for everything you and your office do. You're the top prosecutor in our community. And so I thank you for all that you do for serving and protecting and keeping our community safe. And just as something for the community to know, just as the sheriff has his statutory authority, you do as well through the state, not through us, not through the unified government.
Yes.
And I think that's something that the community should know, that, the DA, you run your office as you see fit, as you see within the state statutes. So I just wanted to make sure that clarified that for the community. But thank you for all that you do.
No problem. And hopefully it's clarified and you are absolutely correct. We are not a part of the unified government except for statutory purposes of being funded. And we are governed by statutory law, and all of the authority lies within the elected officials' seat. And the electorate are the ones who can tell me what to do. Hopefully I made it plain for them, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Really, really quick question. So we were having a discussion hours ago, if y'all remember, about residency.
I do not remember. I wasn't a part of this. And I would also like to say that when you tell the chief I was up here longer than him, it was because of the questions. It was not because of my PowerPoint. Forgive me, Commissioner. Go right ahead.
Your actual presentation was good, but I just wanted to ask, so can you kind of provide an update? Because I know at least I had heard some decisions were made on residency. Can you provide us just info on what those decisions were and what the impact thus far has been?
So in concern of our residency requirement, so by way of the decisions that were made in the office, normally what we have tried to do throughout this administration is align ourselves with the processes and processes that HR and that the unified government has. It allows the continuity of things to go forward. And so throughout our time, we have utilized the residency requirement for the employees of the DA's office, despite not having to do so as the DA. One, I did that because I believe that it makes good sense as a homegrown Wyandotte Countyan, and I'm the elected official. And in order to be the elected official, I have to live here. And so I think it's important that the people who serve in my office, to the extent that we can, should live here as well. They can receive my money, my tax money, and all my kids' money. That's what we did and have done. All of my staff, and I think we're at about 80 or so staff now, 29 of them are attorney seats, and the rest of them are administrative assistants, investigators, and victims advocates. Well, throughout the COVID timeframe, we lost nearly half of our attorneys. And so we were down to somewhere about 12 to 14 attorneys down, which put us in a position where we did not have the ability to fulfill our statutory obligations of going to court daily for all of the fine works that our many agencies are doing to bring those cases. And the biggest holdback for us was making sure that we could have folks to go and prosecute those cases. And with that, I then released or lifted the residency requirement concerning the attorneys only in my office so that we can fulfill that statutory obligation. I think it's important to note that with that, what we found was a couple obstacles after talking to several individuals that we interviewed, and they let me know, well, Dupree, there's one, the residency, I don't want to move here. Number two, I don't want to move here because your taxes are high. And number three, I don't want to move here because your folks are making less money. Our biggest competition is the unified government. So I've lost about 4 or 5 attorneys to across the street. Because you all pay your attorneys about $10,000 more than I can pay my beginning starting out attorneys. And so the funds in the residency was a big part and a big issue. Having said that, I also lost multiple to Johnson County, who pays $20,000 more than what I'm able to pay my attorneys. In a 12-month period, we had about 14 applications looking back in 2022, I believe. And of those 14, I think I hired one because the rest of them said no for one of the reasons that I said. I then lifted that residency requirement and found a little bit of change to add to it. And with that, within an 8-month period, I received 10 applications and six of them I hired on. And so it made a huge difference for my statutory obligation. But having said that, the remainder of my staff are still within that residency requirement because I do believe that it is necessary. And if no one else in the office does it, I believe that my leadership should, as well as everyone else. This allows me to fulfill the statutory obligation of prosecuting the cases that we need to prosecute in this county.
Your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And appreciate the work that's going on in your office. This takes us to the 4th item. It's an update from the sheriff regarding new initiatives and programs. And as he comes to the podium, I'll turn it over to the Wyandotte County Sheriff, Daniel Soptic, to make his presentation.
All right, it's been a long night. I'll do you one better. I'll be faster than both of those guys. So, yeah, all right. Real quick, some updates. So the cadet program, which you guys funded here for me not too long ago. We piloted it in USD 500. We learned a lot about what we wanted to do and what we didn't want to do. That has opened up to every high school in Wyandotte County now for this next go around. Our recruiting team, along with HR, has visited every high school, and we have 2 applications so far. So I'll put this out to you and anybody that's watching. Seniors in their last semester of high school, when they're eligible to graduate, January, February, March, April, and May is what the program will run. We will pay them to come work for us. They'll be trained in hopes that they leave that program and want to be a correctional specialist. And we have hopefully nurtured and I've heard the word grown some of our own from our high schools. So if you know anybody interested in that, those jobs, since it is a part-time temporary job, they are posted on the website through our new Workday system. They're available, they're open, so send the youngsters our way. Accreditation. So, there's a couple different ways accreditation can happen for law enforcement. I'm sure the room has heard of CALIA. That is quite the undertaking for an agency to take on, not only manpower, but there's a very big financial cost to that. The Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center has developed its own accreditation program. And when I say significantly less, I can't even begin to tell you how much significantly less. But they started it up with an assessor that used to work for CALIA. She is running that program. We have signed up with that program, and we are underway with that. Not only does it produce a better agency at the end of the day, our policies and procedures, which are already rooted in best practice and what is required by law, this just takes it another step further. So we are super excited about that, and hopefully some more to come on that. Number 3, we've been working through the health department. They've tried to secure some funding, some grant funding, which I was told this week they did secure. And we're going to pilot a co-responder program through the sheriff's office. Why we felt it would be a good fit through the sheriff's office is that is an asset that can be used across the entire county. It can also be used in Bonner and Edwardsville. KCK PD, as you know, has a couple co-responders. This is another asset that can be used across the entire county. So we're excited about that. More to come on that. The chief and the DA both mentioned fentanyl. So, our partnership with the police department and the work we do with the DA's office is it's integral part to what we do every single day. We are working with the police department in a couple different capacities. One, to combat fentanyl. Don't want to go into a whole lot more detail other than that, but what I will say is that's something that we are also on board in fighting in our community. And I think that Chief Oakman and the DA's office is doing a great job with that. So I would just give kudos to them as well. And then finally, I'll just leave you with, since I came into office, I'll be honest, I've asked for a lot. You guys have supported. You supported it all. You've supported the men and women of the sheriff's office. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for everything you've done for us, and your continued trust in that what I'm bringing to you is the best, not only for the community, but for the department. So thank you. Thank you for hearing me, and I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Sheriff Soptic. We've heard from pretty much tonight. We've heard again, and I'd like to reiterate, have a safe Wyandotte County, a great Wyandotte County, excuse me. You have to have a safe Wyandotte County. What you heard here today between all our public safety officials, including our municipal courts, is that they're doing great work. Crime is down. Our DA is prosecuting the right people and being proactive in the community, unlike any other district attorney you'd find anywhere across this nation. We have a fire department that is fully staffed with great men and women doing great things, sometimes that are not traditional, as well as the sheriff's department and the police department. and they're all working together to keep our great community safe. So it goes without being said that we really appreciate your work. And that is laying a foundation for this commission and our administrator and our staff to do even bigger and greater things. Because when people look to communities, I know one of the first things they look at, how safe is your community? And what does that look like? That's probably one of the first things. If people don't feel safe, from my experience, they're going to pack up and they're going to leave. And so thank you to all our law enforcement professionals and our criminal justice professionals, our judges, and our prosecutors and all the supporting staff for everything you do. We greatly appreciate it. That takes us to our next item, which is a resolution set in the public hearing for matters related to the downtown campus project. I'll ask Mr. Jeff Conway from our legal department to make some remarks.
Yes, I believe Jeff might have stepped out. This is simply setting this matter for hearing, the public hearing. There's new boundaries for the downtown campus project, given that some of the property initially in the project was provided to the junior college for their expansion downtown. And I will introduce Todd, who's been up here all night.
Yes, Mayor, Commissioners,
Right. For
Angie did
additional
a great job.
questions.
Honestly, this is another one where procedurally, we're on a path based on the development agreement from April as amended. There were some changes, you'll recall, including removing a part of the TIF district and the athletic fields. We changed a number of things about the TIF and the structure of the TIF, as well as the budget, and some caps. All of that requires an amendment to the TIF project plan. And so procedurally, we have to come here tonight, ask you whether you want to approve a resolution setting a public hearing for October 26th, which would be my birthday, and I'd be delighted to spend it with you. But if you so choose, that night, you would hear a more robust description of that TIF project plan. In the meantime, the developer has been working on satisfying conditions in their development agreement. Mr. Lanier is here tonight if you wanted to hear from him and get an update tonight, or you could do that on October 26th. It's really up to your discretion. But tonight you're being asked to consider setting a public hearing to approve an amended TIF project plan for Lanier. That's right.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. The map in the packet has me thoroughly confused.
Okay.
So I can't identify, it's got a blue box with lines drawn through it. I can't identify what that is.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So I don't know.
That's the Reardon Center.
And why is there a blue strikeout lines around the Reardon Center? What's happening?
That would be the remaining TIF boundary, right? That's
So what's being removed is not even in this picture.
that's correct. That's correct.
Well, that's helpful. I'm like, what is
Right.
this?
The area right. This TIF district, we probably should have brought you a map, but this TIF district went down the street and over by the community college, and the athletic fields area was over there. And that part of the project, it's removed. When we redid the development agreement in April and went through the process and committee at that time, that part of the project went away. That area is useful to the community college. I don't think we ultimately wanted in that TIF district. So procedurally, we've got to set a public hearing to remove it, approve a new TIF project plan, and that's what we would do on October 26th.
So just for me.
Yeah.
When exhibit B is the legal description, and it basically says 500 Minnesota Avenue, which is the Reardon Center.
That's
and
right.
that's it.
Yeah,
For all
that is
intents and purposes.
that's right.
Okay.
When we amend, that's all that will still be in the TIF
I
district.
was just making it way harder than it
That,
was.
no,
Thank
no,
you.
yeah, I'm sorry, that's not clear.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you. I shared Commissioner Bynum's confusion on this because when I saw downtown campus project, I thought about the community college campus project. And then when Mr. Lanier's building was the highlighted one, I didn't I assumed that that was being struck, not the piece that remained. So once we've clarified that, we're all good, and I would make a motion to set the public hearing as proposed.
Okay, as a point of order, do any commissioners have any comments or questions? Seeing none, there is a motion and a second for approval. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley. Aye. The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to stand by. That takes us to item number 6, which is our last item. And each item will require a separate vote. At this time, I'll return the matter over to our county administrator, David Johnson, for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Tonight, hopefully, will be the final act by you of I think a very robust budget process that has occurred involving you over the last 8-9 weeks. And so you're at a decision time. And to help provide to guide you through the processes that you have to go tonight. And it's not just our budget, but we have other things ancillary to that that are required. We have Debbie Johnson, our interim CFO, and Reggie Lindsay, our budget director, to guide you through the steps necessary for the rest of the evening. So Reggie, Debbie.
Good evening, elected body. Debbie Johnson and myself, we're going to go through and give a recap of budget season. Also, we're going to discuss items that are in the budget. Also, we're going to cover city general fund options that came up at last week's budget session number 8, where we have a option A for the city general fund and an option B for the city general fund. And then we're going to discuss budget action items we will vote on tonight. And then we'll turn it back over to the elected body to discuss the options. Next slide. Clicker, okay. So our 2024 budget process, we've gone through 3 phases, budget development, consolidation and prep, and then review and revision and to the adoption phase where we're at now. We started this process back in the spring, and now we're in our last phase. So we had 4 outreach events to the public that we refer to as dot talks. Then we also had a public hearing a few weeks back. And then we had 8 budget workshops throughout the 3 phases of the budget. During our budget process, we had 3 priorities: foster physical discipline and responsibility, stabilize a unified government, and create operational resilience, and then prepare for the future today. Some of the capital projects that were in our 2024 proposed budget included projects in parks, which include repairing Wyandotte County Lakes rock wall, and then redoing the Korean Vietnam Veteran War Memorial, then a beautification program continuing it. And then we also have new facilities across the county. Kansas City, Kansas Police Department is getting a new West Patrol. We're going to replace Fire Station number 20. And then we're going to have Memorial Hall renovations for preparations for the World Cup coming up in 2026. Infrastructure wise, we stuck to our commitment of pavement preservation, of increasing it by 25% each year. And we also have funding within the budget for Kansas Avenue Bridge, and then economic development projects that we have going on, or we're going with our Rock Island Bridge projects that we have committed to, and have a number of projects associated with World Cup readiness. Then we have technology projects, one in Parks Department for park access management, and also body cameras throughout the unified government, technology related to where the sheriff's department will have, and then also district attorney and also the police department related to body cameras that we put in place. We need the technology funding to keep that going. Some things we have in the budget for the community, or we're going to expand our utility and sales tax rebate program eligibility for citizen relief on BPU pilot and taxes. That is a $250,000 a year budget item. And then we also have an additional $750,000 in the budget for additional pilot relief. And then we have, we created the county initiative for funding infrastructure, which contributes to funding infrastructure across the whole county and all 3 cities within the county, which is Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, and the city of Kansas City, Kansas, which is equivalent to 1 mil, which is about $2 million. Over in parks, we increased the transfer from the city general fund to the parks fund, which is about $450,000. And then we continue investment in parks infrastructure. And then we establish, we're going to have a parks asset management system, and we will hire a project asset manager for strategic prioritization of these needs. Then we will have $1 million in grant coming in that are earmarked. And again, the police department has a number of different facilities coming. A new West Patrol, $10 million. We recently broke ground on the CSI lab, and then we'll replace the fleet with an equity lease program that equates to about $1.3 million. The fire department, we have Station 15 in Fairfax, where we've been running on overtime. We're hiring 9 additional permanent employees to eliminate dependence on overtime. And then we're adjusting personnel costs in the city general fund, where we had a safer grant that was expiring, where we'll be paying 18 additional firemen, or 18 firemen that were paid from a grant out of the city general fund now. And again, we'll open a new fire station in Turner sometime in the 4th quarter, and then start construction of the new fire station 20. Also, we included in our budget 3 additional fire apparatus on top of the regular replacement schedule. So we have 2 different scenarios for the city general fund that we discussed in budget workshop number 8 last week. One of these scenarios is to go with the County Administrator Johnston's proposed budget with $750,000 included for pilot relief. And then one of the options is to with County Administrator's budget proposed is to add a 1 mil cut to the revenue side. And then also if we add 1 mil cut to the revenue side, we were going to add a 1 mil cut to the expenditure side also. With that, we would also include $750,000 for BPU pilot reduction for certain citizens within the community. So the slide on the screen right now, we have top shows the County Administrator Johnston's proposed budget with the targeted pilot relief. We can see in 2024's forecast, we got about $1.4 million deficit, which equates to about 24% fund balance. When we first started the budget process, back in the spring, we had a $10 million deficit. When we proposed the budget, we had a $700,000 deficit, which was about a 24% fund balance. So with this fund balance in 2024, it is at 24%. And we're looking at 2025, that fund balance drops to around 22%. In each of those years where we have the targeted pilot relief, we can see that we are balancing the budget with fund balance each year because we still have negative fund balance going out from 2025 to 2028. The fund balance does get down to around 13%. If we look at the financials below in scenario number one, we have a 1 mil cut on the expenditure side, and that gets us down. And we also had a targeted power relief of $750,000. With that, we end up having a 24% fund balance. As we move out to 2025, we end up having a 21% fund balance. As we move out to 2026, we end up having a 17% fund balance, which gets us near our floor, which is 17%. We'd like to stay around 25%. That's what our fund balance policy reads. And then as we get down to 2028, we see we fall below the 17%. Also in 2027, we fall below the 17% fund balance. In each of those years, with cutting a mill, we are definitely dipping into our fund balance to balance the budget and lowering our fund balance policy of what we go by 17% being the floor, but our target is 25%. So one of the things we did to line up the expenses with the 1 mil cut was that we cut 1 mil within 2024. And that equates to about $1.6 million. But we did not do that in 2025 because of commitment. If we were to go with this option, we don't know exactly where the cuts will come from. They could be one-time cuts, or they could be recurring cuts, but we don't know which one they'll be. So we did not take it out into the future years. The next scenario, the top financials are the same, where it shows County Administrator Johnson's proposed budget with the targeted pilot relief, and we wanted to show comparison of how scenario 2 would compare, which is a 2 mil cut. So if we're looking at 2 mil cut in 2024, we see we have like a $1.4 million fund balance, or a negative fund balance of $1.4 million. And where we were able to achieve that is because we would be deducting $3.2 million from expenses and coming back to the commission before the end of the year, going to standing committees, and also finally bringing to full commission to show what either the 1 mil cut or the 2 mil cut would look like in expenses. So as we get down to 2025, we can see the fund balance does fall to 20%. As we get out to 2026, we can see fund balance amount ends up being almost $7 million negative for the deficit. And we end up falling to 15%, which is up under our floor of our fund balance policy of 17%. As we get out to 2028, we can see that our cash basis ending fund balance is a negative $2.5 million, and we could not be able to approve a budget that year. This slide right here represents 2 big pages in the budget document that needed to be replaced that were within the capital section. They're pages 369 and page 370, and they were related to stormwater projects within the debt section in our state revolving loan fund. And what happened was two of the years, the 2023 amended and the 2024 budget, we removed projects from those years. And this is page 370, where we also made adjustments. We removed projects from the 2023 amended year And then we also added some projects and took away some projects in the 2024 year for the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. So in 2024, we did increase the funding about $4.2 million. And that is a federal program that the EPA has to help us issue debt at a lower rate. Now I'll turn it over to our interim CFO, Debbie Johnsher, to talk about our SMID.
Good evening, Debbie Johnsher, Interim Chief Financial Officer. So in addition to the options that Reggie just discussed on the budget, we wanted to talk about the other items that you were going to be asked to approve tonight. And so I would just go through those. The first one that is on to be the item to be approved is the one for the self-supporting municipal improvement district, also known as the SMID. Since we really hadn't discussed their levy, I wanted to at least just bring this, have a slide for their levy. And here I'm just showing the calculation. Their proposed budget was actually an increase to their current mill levy. And so that first column in blue is what is their projected budget. And I believe that one of the things I found, then the second blue column is the column that I recalculated it. What I discovered was that when they calculated their revenue, the tax revenue, they used their assessment from the 2022 valuation, not the estimated June 2023 estimate. So my calculation actually shows that number using the current valuation that was certified by the clerk in June. So as you can see there, I believe their increase was associated with they were trying to balance their revenues and expenses so that they'd have a structural budget. And so what I did was I went back and looked at their current budget with their current levy, which is the first, the middle yellow column there. Their current levy is 10.707026 mils. And you'll see that with the current valuation, their revenue would be enough to support their expenses on the mill. And then I also calculated the revenue neutral rate. So just wanted to, I believe the resolution or ordinance that's out there is actually proposing to increase their mill levy. So we wanted to make sure we had those options shown before that item came before you. This next one just shows the other fees that you'll be asked to approve. So just wanted to go over those. We had been asked by one of the commissioners to see what was in the budget. So for the sanitary sewer fee, there's an increase of 5%. That amounts to about 2.3 million in increased revenue for the sewer fund. This is due to the consent decree improvements and the increases that were outlined in the plan that was approved by the EPA. The next one is the solid waste fee. This is the trash and recycling fee. The increase there is 94 cents per month for Kansas City, Kansas customers. The current fee is $17, and we're proposing to take that to $17.94. This would bring in an additional 500,000 in revenue. And Public Works did bring the cost of service study to the Public Works Standing Committee in June that kind of outlined these increases. They went through and analyzed all the costs, and this was the projected increase for 2024. The BPU pilot fee, there's a resolution that currently the rate remains constant at 11.9%. So that is one of the items. I did add in there the additional collection of the BP due to the BPU rate increase, 750 that is for the additional pilot relief, but that is not affected by the item you're going to approve tonight. We've built that into the budget. And then the last one is the stormwater utility fee. I think in a previous budget workshop, I'd said there would be an item for approval tonight for that. There is not. The ordinance 158-22 was actually approved with the new rate structure back in November of 22, and it set the fees for the years 24 through 2026. And that new rate structure is based on the impervious surface. So there is no ordinance to approve for that one. So this next slide just shows those items. The first four were the ones I just talked about. And then the ordinance resolution that Reggie talked about would be adopting the UG budget and capital improvement plan. And then just a reminder that the resolution for the Wyandotte County Library will actually come before you at the next commission meeting on September 28th. So with that, we'll turn it back over to County Administrator for comment.
Debbie, Reggie, thank you very much. So what was agreed upon last week was to have a discussion. Well, you had a discussion on providing mill relief budget. And at the end of the meeting, there was kind of a consensus to bring both options for tonight. Option A is the recommended budget that I presented to you commissioners and mayor. And then the second one, option B, is with a mill reduction. And with that is you pass a policy reducing the budget by $1.6-ish million. And then it'd be my job after that to find where that 1.6 would come from after the budget's passed. So I turn it over to you, Mayor, for the meeting.
Thank you, Debbie, Reggie, Administrator. We've got commission. We have several items for you that I'm going to walk you through to consider. Each of them will be a separate vote. And I will start off with, and these are all action items. So I'll entertain a motion for the self-supported municipal improvement district. Sorry, Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. I was gonna, again, I read your mind, and when you asked for the motion, I pressed my button. I would propose to the commission that, first of all, some background. When I looked at page 49 of our original budget document, which is the third of 3 pages that lists mill rate, city, county, and then SMID, I misread that as staying at the same mill rate for 2024 as they did for 2023. I would propose that since we have held the city rate constant and the county rate constant, that we would similarly hold the SSMID mill rate constant at 10.7. And Debbie's calculations show that they still meet their budget with that constant mill rate. And so I would move that we approve the SMID item, but with the amendment that we hold the mill rate constant at 10.707, which was the 2023 mill rate.
Johnson, second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have multiple ordinances and resolutions pertaining to various fees. We'll take each item separately. First is the sewer service charges. I'll entertain a motion establishing the rate of sewer service charges effective January 1st, 2024.
This is Markley. I make a motion for an ordinance adopting a regulation establishing the rate for sewer service charges effective January 1st, 2024, as recommended by the county administrator's budget.
Johnson, second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll. Excuse me. Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows. Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
The vote is 9-1. The motion carries.
That takes us to the solid waste fee. I'll entertain a motion setting the solid waste fee for single family residences and residential units in buildings not containing more than 4 dwelling units effective January 1st, 2024.
Markley, I make a motion to accept the ordinance as read by the mayor, as recommended by the county administrator in his budget proposal.
Johnson, second. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bynum.
am sorry. Did you say solid waste P? The next item that I see is water pollution control.
I've got solid waste.
Well, I'm just, oh, okay, because I'm looking online. So we are on solid waste. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
No.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Vote is 9-1, the motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to our next item. It's the BPU pilot. I'll entertain a motion setting the BPU percentage of gross revenue set over by BPU to the UG for the 2024.
Markley, so moved as recommended by the county administrator's proposed budget.
Johnson, second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
No.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Vote is 8-2, the motion carries.
Next, we have the UG budget and adoption of the 23 amended budget and the 2024 budget. The commission is being presented with two options, or has been. Option one is adopting and approving the budget as proposed by our county administrator, David Johnston. Option two is adopting and approving the budget with 1 mill levy rate reduction for the tax year 2024 for the city of Kansas City, Kansas.
Markley, move to accept the county administrator's proposed budget, which is scenario A in our packet, including the $750,000 BPU pilot relief.
Johnson, second.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this has been an arduous process, and I do appreciate the fact that the commission spent a tremendous amount of time on the budget. I do believe that there's improvements to be made within the budget. I think over the last 2 or 3 months, we've heard from hundreds of taxpayers within our community that taxes are the biggest burden that they face within this community. And so while I do appreciate the work and effort that's gone into the budget, I will make my vote in support of the public and their wishes to have some tax relief.
Any further comments from the commission? The only comment that I can make, and you've heard me throughout this budget process, and I said it last year, I'll say it again. At some point, we have to take a hard look at our budget, identify what essential services are. We've got to streamline this government. We cannot continue to tax, spend, borrow, and expend our savings. That is not a good business practice or really a good business model for any successful business, our government. And if it was, we would not be in the amount of debt that we are in, and we would not be looking at bankruptcy or the red or just whatever you want to call it, these shortfalls, which all occurred before I got here. We've got to change the way we do business here in Wyandotte County. Business as usual has to stop. We've got to find ways to listen to the people of Wyandotte County. Again, I encourage every commissioner here to come with me. Every day I go out, and I guarantee you'll hear a resident saying, give us relief, and saying we'll be willing to work with you in that regard. I will go outside of Wyandotte County, and I can take you to several businesses that said, Mayor, we would love to come to your awesome community, like you like to call it, but your taxes are too high and your BPU pilot fees are too high. And we're going to continue to look elsewhere unless you want to give us some huge incentives to come here and do business with you. It hurts me, and it's hurt me being mayor for the last 2 years and listening to people beg, which they shouldn't have to do, because we should be community driven. This commission to listen and to find ways to streamline and to cut, and while also responsibly finding a way to provide essential services. This business model has not worked well for Wyandotte County. This business model has been in effect long before I became mayor. I did not cause any of this. I don't vote on any of this, and it hurts me when I go out in the community and you've seen people plead with you all. I've gone out in the community and literally have people break down, and I've had to hug them. And then I listen to the millions of dollars we give away to big business. We've done that for decades. A lot of them haven't paid their fair share, and it's caused people's property valuations to go up, and hardworking taxpayers are paying the price. At some point, we have got to put a pressure point on taxes, and we've got to change how we do business here. I just hope moving forward that this commission finds the will to be community driven, to put people above politics, above bureaucrats, above the self-serving interests of this unified government, and start putting the people of Wyandotte County first. They've demanded, they've asked for it, they've begged for it, and my fear is I just went to a meeting yesterday, and a woman, an elderly woman, told me, Mayor, I can't take anymore. I'm moving out of Wyandotte County, and I've lived here all my life. I hate hearing that because there's nothing that I can do to convince her to stay. Through the 2 years that I've been mayor and all these budget hearings, I have yet to hear one resident come up here and say, I'm good with you all raising my taxes. I'm good with these fees. I haven't heard it. It hurts me as mayor, and I care about these people, and knowing that I'm helpless to do nothing to give them the relief that they expect from this unified government, because we represent them. We're supposed to be their voice. There's a lot of areas where we could have cut, we could have streamlined, and unfortunately, this commission has refused to act. I just hope moving forward that the people sitting up here with me take a different approach, and we start doing the things that really reflect the will of this people. And we expand this tax base, and we do so responsibly, so we can grow our tax base in a way that we can provide our services and get ourselves out of this mess that somehow we've gotten ourselves into. I just feel bad for the people that are either going to have to pay more or not going to pay more, and they don't know what they're going to do. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments before the vote. We had talked through a number of budget hearings about potential ways to reduce the mill levy. We spent many conversations around whether we could make reductions on the county side or the city side. We had a budget hearing on the 24th of August, such that there was a majority opinion among the commissioners to hold the mill levy constant. I had a call with the mayor the next day. That led to the mayor basically agreeing to go ahead and push the budget adoption off of the last day of August and to tonight. Commissioner Burrows and I spent time as a result of that with staff, including the county administrator and of course the budget and director and CFO to just look at if a mill levy cut was possible. And I appreciated the county administrator. He had mentioned this earlier in his remarks, but I just wanted to be clear and clarify that the offer that he made was that a 1 mil reduction on the city side of the budget would equate to $1.6 million. And that his offer to us was that if we chose that route, he would recommend that the motion for such action include that we would hold all staff positions, salaries harmless, that we would direct him to bring us that $1.6 million finding sometime in the future around November, and that he bring us regular updates between now and then. And I say all of that just by way of trying to share with the public, that was the intent of that exercise. And so we brought that forward last week to a last and final budget workshop. And we've talked among ourselves many times, both last year and this year, and I think we mean it, that starting tomorrow, we're gonna work really hard to find some relief. So I do think we are sincere about that. And I think we have an administrator who sincerely is going to lead us through that. And we are going to find a way in the future to create some mill levy reduction. My one request of the body is that I hope that as a mayor and commission, as we do that really hard work, that we come to a consensus and agreement on what is considered someone's fair share. We heard the mayor speak earlier tonight about people paying their fair share. And so I think it would be incumbent on us to have a conversation among ourselves about what does that look like? What is someone's fair share? So I'm happy that within this budget and with the help of these commissioners, we've done a few things that I think do impact the most vulnerable in our community. You all know that prior to tonight, we amended some ordinances that allow for expansion of our sales tax rebates and our utility tax rebates. And I'm happy that we've been able to do those things. I want to make sure we all understand that when we talk tonight in our budget about pilot relief, we are adopting pilot relief for that same target population that we are dealing with on the sales tax rebate and the utility tax rebate. And we are mirroring pilot relief to that same target population. And that is an effort that this commission supported in this budget. And I really do appreciate that. Charter ordinance changes and ordinance changes are coming to standing committee meetings later this month so that we can enact those pilot relief measures and have staff begin working on, exactly how staff will bring forward that work. And what that simply means is that there is a target population in this community that will not pay a pilot. And I appreciate the conversations that we've had around that, because in addition to that, we do seek to actually lower the pilot percentage for everybody else. And I know that's, going to be a really important part of the work that is ahead of us. But Mayor, I thank you for just allowing me to make a few comments, because I wanted to explain the process that we had been through just in the last few weeks, and also make sure that we clarify the ways that we've been able to provide some small measure of relief, again, for that most vulnerable targeted population. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Within my opinion, we did what we could with what we had. Yeah, we have to make tough decisions soon. Our administrator is going to lead us down that road. To say because I'm not going the way that the mayor wants does not mean that I don't care about my community. I do. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I've been door knocking. Yes, number one thing is taxes, I hear. But also at the same time, I hear I want more. How do we make that balance? How do we find that perfect balance of being able to provide relief, but also provide more? It's a tough balance that we have to carefully work together to do. And it was said that we have to take politics out of this. Isn't it not politics when you go out in the community, spread misinformation and mischaracterizations about this commission, but also encourage residents to vote people who will work with this mayor? Is that not politics bringing into the budget? It is. It goes both ways. Nothing is ever going to get done until we put all our agendas, our egos aside and do what's best for the community. Mr. Mayor, you keep saying you have an open door policy. Why must we be the ones to come to you? I can't speak for my colleagues. My phone has an open door policy. You have my phone number. We used to talk on the phone a lot when you were first elected. So I know you have my phone number. And I'm not shying away from the conversation. If we want to have the conversation, let's have it. But the politics and the misinformation, we get enough of that at the national level of those tactics. We don't need that here in this community.
Well, since you mentioned me, I'll respond. Thank you. First of all, I don't play politics because I'm not a politician. I don't say one thing and do another. I've stayed true from the time before I campaigned to the time I'm here now. And there's no need for me to play politics because I don't play politics on the back of hardworking citizens. And you admitted it. They talked about they want tax relief. There's no politics in that. There's no misinformation in people saying they want tax relief and they want a commission that looks for them, that listens to them. And I'm not going to pick up the phone and call somebody when I've asked to meet with you and you refuse to meet. I refuse to. I've put the olive branch out enough. Yes, I'm a professional. I will meet you wherever you want me are, but that is a two-way street. I've invited you to sit on board. You produce nothing. I've invited you to meet. You won't meet. That says to me that you don't want to listen to me or this community. I don't spread misinformation. I spread truth. And the truth of the matter is that people are sick and tired of not being listened to by this commission. And I've listened to you before I became mayor. And every year it's maybe next year, maybe next year. Kick the can down the road. We can't do it this year. People are sick of it. Find a way. I've been an executive and I've been in a leadership role. I've balanced budgets. I've done that. I've got that experience of doing those things. And I can tell you, I ran for mayor because I got sick of people hurting and I've got sick of this unified government. I moved out of Wyandotte County. Yes, I was one of those people. And I moved back because people said, do not leave us. You're our voice. You're all I have. Because people up here at the unified government aren't listening. They don't get it. Who else is going to speak up? I've watched people come up here and literally beg. And I've watched people on their phones, talking, not paying attention. I go out in this community. I can't tell you how many people, you want to talk about politics, they want commissioners to show up and answer hard questions. I'm answering the questions and trying to answer questions for this commission. I go everywhere, probably more so than any mayor in a very long time. All over Wyandotte County, in every community. And the message is the same. Why aren't they listening to us? There's no politics in that. I'm not running for re-election. I'm the mayor. Whether anybody likes it or not, I am the mayor and people voted me in on a platform and an agenda that said, we have had enough. And some of you have ran, and I've listened to you say, oh, well, I'm going to do everything we can to lower your taxes. And you get up here and you do something totally different. That's politics. I'm not a politician. I'm an elected official, and I take pride in that. The great Chester Owens taught me the difference between politicians that say one thing and do another, and elected officials that mean what they say and do what they say, and they not do what they want, but they do what the people want, and they listen to the people. and they push forward an agenda. I've offered this commission for 2 years now an opportunity to work with me on a way to get to where we need to be. It's not about what I want. You keep saying, oh, the mayor, I've heard that. The mayor's plan, the mayor. I don't want anything other than what's best for the people of Wyandotte County. I'm their voice. Take me out of it. I'm just the messenger. I worry about the future of this county and our children, our young people. I've talked to young people. I go to these schools. So many of our young people don't even want to come back here. What do they have? Yeah, we can talk about Village West and everything out west, and that's great. But we've given away too much to get it, in my opinion. Then you look east, the food deserts, the blight, the hopelessness, the poverty. We won't make those same type of commitments and investments to the people that live east of 55th Street, and that is shameful. And it just so happens, most of those people happen to be Black, brown, and poor. I'm not here for me. I don't need anything. I don't want anything. I'm retired. God has blessed me. I came back here because people asked me to, and I didn't have to. I'm fighting for the very people that for 32 years supported me when I was in public safety. And we worked together and we found solutions to problems. I went to Dot Talks for 2 years. I can count on one hand with fingers left over how many commissioners actually went and showed up, not only supported staff, but supported the community. I'm not here to criticize. I'm here to point things out, that there's always a way to do things better. I don't care about the mistakes of the past. We've got to work together to find a way to fix things moving forward because this community is demanding us to do it. I've gotten so much undermining, hate, rejection, pushback since I've been mayor. I've never seen anything like it because I'm speaking up for the people. But that's okay. I'm going to continue to fight. I'm going to continue to speak up, and I'm going to continue to push a community-driven forward to this commission and to this staff because that's what I ran on. And I don't care. I don't fold like a wet paper towel. I'm sorry. I don't go along to get along. I do what I say I'm going to do. And that's why people voted for me. That's why people asked me to run. And I'll do it till I'm not mayor anymore. And I don't really care who likes it because what matters to me most is the people in this community. I put service to them above this government and anybody in here because we're all public servants. We work for this community and somehow we've gotten that backwards. This community doesn't owe us a dime. We owe them. So I'm not here to play politics. I'm not running for any office. Don't know if I will ever again. But while I am your mayor, I'm going to fight for these people because it sounds like that's all they have. Because I don't hear anybody up here other than Tom Burrows talking that way. Consistently, without injecting politics into it.
Mayor, I call for the question.
Did we have a motion? Did we have a second? Thank you. Roll call.
Roll call. Stites?
No.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
No.
Townsend? McKiernan?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Kane? Markley?
Aye.
The vote is 8-2. The motion carries.
Thank you all. We don't need to do the next one because the budget was voted on as was carried forward with the motion. So we are done for the night. There are no further items. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Johnston.
Markley, second.
There's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Kane? Markley.
Aye.
The vote is
Thank
10 to
you. We
0. The
are
motion
adjourned.
carries.